you, and you thought we was going away. Nah, it's Speak Out.
But let me just reverse a bit and say good morning to the listeners of Vibes. Welcome to the program.
If I stay within my setting as a public officer, as the public relations officer, and I stay just within the office space and do not go out to the public, how will we understand what is happening on the ground?
Still delivering.
We've done a lot, not just in terms of the general infrastructure, but homes, support to farmers, support to fishermen, etc. And as time goes by, more support will be given to Carriacou and Petit Mac.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered. Built back, even better to last.
Let us all strive to build a better country by putting aside our petty grievances and move forward with dignity, being proud of working hard and working together.
Anything that we're doing now, it's futuristic thinking. It's not for the now.
Education is the key in a country's development. That's it. If its people are not developed,
Even don't go that far, no? Just remember, knowledge is power. When you know, you know.
that's it.
It's Speak Out Unfiltered.
We're happy to have you.
On Vibes 101.3 and 106.3 FM every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Do you feel the vibes? Going.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station. The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And it's just about time for me to take the time out and say good morning to you right here on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday. We are looking at the second day of October. Wow, October is here. I realize that. And this program is unfiltered, as you very well know. It's interactive, informative, and entertaining as well. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Thursday right here on Vibes FM. And to remind you, you can always call us and interact with us. You know, you have opinions, whatever is happening in your area, whatever is on your mind from time to time, you can call us and discuss it right here on Vibes FM. That's what we are here for. It's your program. Reminding you, it's your program where you can participate as well. I'm your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure being here on a Thursday morning in particular. And my co-host of the program as well. It's always good to be here, right, Coy? It's always good to be here.
Well, it's, you say it's always good. Well, I have to be here.
Yeah.
So it's good.
To be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
How are you
yes.
doing this morning?
Well, I'm there. Okay. It's some very interesting times that we living in. We have to be able to look and see way down the road. Look ahead and see what is coming. Of course, I know there are a lot of things in our lives that we may not have seen coming, or in our experience, in our journey, we have not have seen coming. But looking forward, this is the month of October, and I think it's about 3 months away from the end of the year. Before I say the end of the year, let me say Christmas, because that is that's something I do. Looking down ahead, what do we see coming? What do we have? First of all, we don't know what we want to do, how we would like to enjoy, experience whatever is to come, that we have control over. But yeah, it's the end of the year, another year. This is the month of October.
Mm-hmm.
I remember October last year. I was still, the taste of July was still in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, as time would have gone on, it's not much as then. But the point is that we have to look ahead and see what we see and what is coming, and how prepared are we for it. And of course, I guess the experience from our own burial here would have taught us the concept of being prepared for what is to come. And of course, there are things to come.
A lot of things to come.
Yeah,
Very
a lot of things to come. And we have to
as you mentioned earlier on, Koy, around this time last year, we were just trying to see if we could put our lives back together, the best way possible, October, after the passage of Hurricane Beryl in July. And still in a mood, because we are still a long way back, but we have been moved forward quite a long way as well too.
Yeah.
So the normality, everything is on us right now, and we're trying to just make the best of it. But the beauty about it, though, I'm telling you, in putting ourselves back together, you'd be listening to your radios now and listening to advertising here, there, and everywhere, and realize like things like the Parang and the Confess, that we missed last year, will be coming back this year.
Yeah,
isn't that a plus?
It is a plus, and I wonder how a lot of us feel in terms of there are some things that we are accustomed to. We are accustomed to all these years. We're accustomed to regatta. We are accustomed to Parang. We are accustomed to Carnival, and for whatever reason, and not whatever reason, because of Beryl, we had to miss those things and the extent of it. Now it's coming back. Carnival, I see the not very long from now, I think they're launching Carnival for next year here in Carriacou. So, I mean, things are coming back. And so we have to kind of sit back and think, and boy, did we miss anything at all? Because we didn't have it the last time when it was supposed to be. Now it's back to us, with us. Did we miss last year? Did we miss anything? I'm asking.
Well, the thing about it is that we were so, deranged, and trying to put ourselves back together that we weren't thinking about missing, but we were trying to see if we could get some of the things that we used to, in our normal lives, everyday lives, like shelter, food, and stuff like that, So we didn't have a chance to really miss things like, the Confess and the Parang, and we really, we didn't get a chance to miss that.
Okay.
There was other things in front of it. Yeah.
I hear you. I understand. Yeah, well, again, but we are seeing that, and I really hope that we here in Carriacou, Pitamatic, of course, with our unique culture focus, because these things we're talking about is in so many ways indigenous to Carriacou, to Carriacou's cultural experience. Whereas you can go and get Parang the way it is here in Carriacou. Of course, I mean, you might go down south and Venezuela and so on, and have that kind of experience. But in terms of our own regional neighborly connection, Yeah, where do you go and get parang? I don't know any other island. St. Lucia doesn't have it. Parang, the way in which we
And
have it.
all parang is different.
It's different.
It's much
I'm
different.
saying, I'm saying, it's not the same parang that universally everybody would be aware of. Oh, parang is this and parang is that one. But we here have our own parang, our own concept of parang. We even have our own concept of Christmas.
Yeah.
Everywhere have their, of course, it's celebrated around the world. But we here in Carriacou, you remember when we used to go around on the truck on
Christmas? Of course, I can't forget that. I mean, that's still in my mind.
So
still in the genes. Still in there. And it's something that we've been doing over the years. And whenever we think and the occasion comes around, the celebration comes around again, it reminds us, that we are not back to that point where we used to, celebrate in that particular way.
I mean, the celebration and observance of Christmas, while we may all have our own different interpretations and our own different understanding, but it was something unique in the sense that each child around, view Christmas like it is something that we looking forward to. I remember the days when we used to exchange gifts. Exchange gifts.
Yeah.
Groups. Even I know of work staff that say this is buy a gift.
Yes.
And you give each member staff, but you won't know who give you. Yeah. So I'm guessing all these things created the kind of bond and closeness with each other. No, but we have time for them things anymore. I mean, of course, well, it might be an economic factor, but the idea of sharing, because they say around the Christmas time is time to share. I mean, so them parang people say, yeah. But we do have to sit and think and say, boy, wow, those were the days. Those were the days around this time of the year when we can celebrate.
But you realize, that stupid season.
Well,
stupid season.
It getting closer and closer.
It is getting closer and closer. You can feel the vibes already.
Yeah. And for the listeners who don't know what stupid season means, what it is, stupid season when it behaves stupid. Yeah. You're talking about election and so on.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm not saying it is here, but it's stepping in gradually, because if you listen to some of the rhetoric and you listen to some of the comments and things like that that's been going on, you realize, that we are already gearing up for it, so it's a matter of time before we really get into the highway, the main agenda, and start doing what we normally would do when the time comes around.
So why we can start? Why we can do it before we call this damn time? I mean, it's a way of life, isn't it? So why we have to wait until that time to just unleash all kinds of lies, all kinds of negative things? Huh? What's the purpose of it? What, to bring others down, to bring somebody down and lift ourselves up? Again, I think there might be some justification in calling it stupid season, because I can see why we have to reach down to that gutter where we say the worst thing about the other person. I mean, and afterward, what? After everything is done, what? We still continue to say the worst thing about them, or we recognize them as our brothers and sisters. So it's stupid season. Why we have to do it in the first place? Why we have to get and so? Yeah, I mean,
what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
And there could be differences. In fact, we all do have differences. We lived with differences. Yeah. So why we can't live with ourselves and the differences that we have? But we have to be engaged in stupid season, saying things that we have to regret. Yeah, say I shouldn't say it. I didn't mean that.
Okay, but before we go further, let me welcome our listeners, those of you on the internet, good morning to you. Good morning. We are loaded up on the internet. We want to thank you so much for being part of the program, as well as those of you on YouTube. Good morning to you. And I want to say good morning again to those of you on Facebook. Good morning to you. And hope that everything is fine as you are listening and enjoying your program. There's a special good morning I want to make this morning to Mr. Caesar. Samuel Caesar,
Ah.
otherwise known as Croco. He's in class. He gets in for class very,
Well,
very early.
If nothing else, he's always on time.
On
Yes, on time. You're missing anything.
No.
You're missing anything.
And
Good
we
morning to you, my brother.
Yeah.
Good morning to you. And happy birthday. Is it birthday?
I am not too sure if
Oh,
it's
well.
his birthday today. You know,
Well,
but,
even though it's not his biological birthday,
yeah, but
to be alive today
yes,
is giving thanks.
yeah, that's true. You know,
Yeah, to be
because sometimes we take everything for granted.
yeah.
And we don't realize, you know,
And
that
only wait for that
immediately-
special day when we just do everything. And no, but every day. I don't know the years that we have. If we have 60 or 70 years or 50 years, whatever number of years that we have, it all begins with one day. You know,
Where
one day at a time. You know.
Uh-huh.
So when you add up all those days, it comes to the 60 and 70 years.
Right, yeah. That's
So we just can't just assume. Good morning, my. I knew waiting for you to put on headphones. I'm saying good morning to you.
Well, let me interrupt since you're so aggressive. And I'm forced to submit. Once is a mistake, twice is a habit.
Yes.
But
Have you been developing a habit?
Yeah.
But you know something, boy, every time I study, we're victims of circumstances that are beyond our control.
Yeah.
I went to the bank to transfer some money from one account to the other. And I still have to fill out source of funds.
Yeah.
Source of funds, yes.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
So it's from one account. It's already in the account.
It's in the account already.
Yeah.
And you still have to say source of funds.
So I can't fathom it, but then the people who are before you, you can't quarrel with them, they're doing their job. But
Right.
this kind of foolishness, and especially when I think of it, this guy, Epstein, what is it, Epstein? Is name? Jeffrey
Yes,
Yeah.
pedophile. They're transferring billions of dollars with no explanation back and forth.
And you want to know just a little thing they have to come and say what is source?
And the little crumbs are transferring the where you have the chunk of steak, you know. Where you transfer it to the question.
Okay. So I guess you're saying that to say that it was not beyond your control why you complete again this.
Right, okay.
morning.
So
So
you have to
I
make
get
a-
it. I get it.
Yeah.
I get
You
it.
have to be
Yes,
very
yes.
excused.
Yes, I know.
And it's a control I'm not enjoying, because you see, all those things that are instituted that we have to abide by, it's not because of us, you know.
Yeah,
It's because of the real boys, the boys who have monies and could launder money and all this kind of foolishness. We're getting money to launder. Money can,
You even have a washing machine.
you know what I mean?
Now you wash it with your hand.
The money can go in juking board.
So in any case, Sodi, you're welcome. Okay,
Thank
good
you, sir.
morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my redeemer.
And you
Thank you
might
so
want to
very
say hi
much.
to your listeners as well. Too.
Of course, as usual,
Uh-huh.
wherever you are, from the songs, listen to the songs of Vibes FM. Welcome to the program.
Yes, okay.
And we'll do our best. I think today might be somewhat a little more entertaining. Not promising anything, but if it does happen, I don't want you to be too surprised.
Entertainment.
Yeah. Listeners of Vibes FM.
Yeah.
Well, as we talked about earlier on, we said stupid season is approaching, but I said to him, stupid season is here.
Yeah, yes.
Because if you listen to what's happening on the in the air within media now, you know,
Uh-huh.
you realize like Diablo and his concubines, they really can't settle down.
But you know, but for the life of me, when you listen to these people record, you know, and again, my boy was repeating the Shrimp Farm fiasco, the call center fiasco, the Mount Hatman fiasco, and all these valuable monies. I say to myself, I must stop talking about the port, because what we lost on the port,
It's peanuts.
peanuts.
Yeah.
And these people have the nerve to talk about coming back to rescue me after almost half a century of abuse. That's what it is, you know.
I wonder if it is, if you could understand that when they say when they come back to rescue you, what I mean is that come back to give you a report, you know?
What?
To give you a report.
Well, that wouldn't be deemed rescue, you know, because they would have to come back. I don't depend on their effort to rescue me. We'll bring you back to port. On me head or not, he coming back.
Yeah. So if you had to drag it from
Yeah,
to come
he coming back. And you know, there's some people who are so very offended with somebody like myself. Somebody in NP supporters here in Carriacou. The arrogance that they display.
Hit.
Yeah. And the arrogance is buttressed only by ignorance, you know. because they themselves are abused and they don't even understand it. So they
No, you're right here. Sometimes people not aware of what where is, you know.
it's so sad.
No, it is, yeah.
That's why you see we don't listen and we just talk and follow, and somebody else say something, so you join in.
Just take it wholesale.
And most times it's to the detriment. I'm still trying to find a good reason that you could say, well, you know, this wasn't so bad, but we did it. Why? The expense wasn't good. Inconvenience wasn't good. Nothing about the whole transaction was good. And you're faulting me, who've been fighting all my life to do something or contribute something to my little island that I love so much, for talking out against it.
It doesn't make any sense.
Not at all.
But as you just mentioned about the shrimp farm, you know, and just this morning I was listening to a replay, you know.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it's really amazing that so much has happened over the years, the 23 years that the former administration was in there, you know. And there's so many things happen, boy. And it doesn't just go away just like that, you know. It's still embedded in our minds. Anytime we hear this kind of things like that, you know, it reminds us that the way things used to go before was improper. And we needed to make that change in order to move forward, because we couldn't. Because I listened to Algeria this morning, listen to a little piece.
They could say anything that
currently so linked to an ambassador role.
Yep. So GSA was the project, and then Across, they were the people who were bringing the money in.
Yeah. What would have been here and what is here now is totally different.
The site was meant to be an organic shrimp farm, a government-approved project for foreigners to invest in and gain citizenship.
They spoke about a lot of jobs, you know, for this area. All in all, I feel like a real disaster for the country. You know, that didn't go on.
Carl David was working for the man who initiated the project, Leo Ford.
So we would have employed 100 folks in the area that had the highest unemployment rate on the island. So there had to be something going on in the island where they needed a big rah-rah for the election, because the election was coming up.
Plans for the shrimp farm were announced by Grenada's Prime Minister.
I'd like to invite to the podium the Prime Minister of Grenada, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell.
I'm so proud of what we've seen here this afternoon, and look forward to it, to see this project take off in every sense.
The PM, as we were walking out of that, I said, I'll build it, but I'm going to need your help for the approval process. And that's when the Prime Minister said, well, the election's coming up. We take campaign contributions. Talk to my ministers.
How did you interpret that comment?
That means they wanted a lot of money to make everything go ahead quickly.
Soren Dawoodi, a Swedish national, was the partner who raised the project funding. Both Leo Ford and a colleague say Dawoodi told them he was offered an ambassador role.
Soren was talking with his attorney, and his attorney, who's very well connected with one of the ministers, convinced him that he could become an ambassador for the UAE from Grenada.
How did he seem to feel about this?
He was like a little kid in a candy store. He went out and bought himself a pair of $800 or $900 shoes. In the ground opening, it had rained and it was muddy, and he's traipsing through in these beautiful, fancy shoes.
A year later, Keith Mitchell won his 5th term in power, but neither the ambassadorship or the shrimp farm ever materialized.
Yes.
You see that? Neither the shrimp farm, ambassador, anything of that yet. It was just gimmicks. That's all it was, eh? And it's very, very sad when we have gone through such a thing like that, eh?
But that kind of a transaction, that kind of event was one of many. See, we got taken too many times. You know, talking about this A.J. Miller guy, or whatever, J. Miller, what is Mount Hartman deal? How on earth you would guarantee a loan for somebody? Person didn't do anything with the money but turn back and sue you.
And
to get the land back.
Yeah, but the thing about it too, you know, is that how that has affected the lives of us Grenadians, and to be jibbed out of this money that's supposed to be put into our economy to make our lives better. And they expect you to forget that.
Yes.
And that's just one,
When all this is happening, the hospital in Carriacou is fully stocked with Panadol in this age.
Yeah.
When things are available everywhere and we could do a little better. So no matter how very well qualified you are, your hands are tied. And these guys who that they support the poor and vulnerable is not doing anything to help those of us who are vulnerable in time of illness. So, and people are upset with you when you speak. So you should have no say at all. Just hire these bums to operate in your business, if you will, and they just take it on, and you can even ask a question. So I'm saying, as far as this transformation goes, if we're not going to educate our youngsters, you must have respect for the elected or selected officials. That is a given. But in return, people must respect you. And if you don't carry yourself in such a way and have enough knowledge of what is going on around you, you'll be forever dumb. And as a result, the nation.
Well, the whole idea too, of whatever the way they were governing was to keep everybody in the dark, keep them dumb, because that's the only way you could make sure that you have control. There was what have control over these people, uneducated. Don't give them a chance to learn and to develop the skills, and knowledge. Otherwise than that, you'll be thrown out of there in a matter of time.
Cousin Claudius, 40 plus years in government, 23 years plus as prime minister, 15 years, 3 terms unopposed. And you cannot show me in Carriacou anything substantial that you've done. So I will in turn say that is your legacy. And you did a good job. And you have the gall and the gumption to say you want to come back again. Well, when? No, man.
No. Just that can't work.
So it annoys me, especially when my fellow Caracouans will try to say, well, we're supporting NNP and we're doing this and that. How much licks you'll get in your head before you realize the wall won't break, but your head will bleed?
This wall stuff we're talking about is funny.
What can I say again? People talking about it. Some people are actually upset with you and they show it you.
Yeah.
Show it with you, man. They have you in the, like we see, they have you in the cross.
Right, yeah, because you shouldn't mention that. You shouldn't talk about it.
You have respect.
Yeah.
Because these bums and them that you hire to work in your business, they want to give you no account. And find that should be the way things are done, modus operandi, if you will.
But it's been a blessing, though, to us, right here, in the trial and state, that we were able to get rid of that and step in the right direction as we are now.
Well, yes. Boy, there's a lot of getting rid of that still has to be done.
Yeah.
So we're in the right direction.
Right. Yes.
So that is my take on the whole thing, and that is why I'm so adamant about supporting what is happening now, because it's a difference, and I don't care if there isn't a substantive difference, but you could see at least an effort is being made to do the right thing. So let's give it a chance now.
Yeah, we're on the right track.
Yeah,
we're on the right track at this time, And it does make a difference, when you're on the right track, you're going to do the right things. There's no if about it.
The previous administration, the idea was born, grow beard, have children and grandchildren, you still not for anything and you want it to come back again?
Grandchildren, is it?
You have to be that.
all the way down, Kai.
Yeah.
You're missing a part of the family.
No. And I'm surprised you say great grand.
Yeah.
Well, we were headed for that. Because, if you're looking at 40 years and things like that, it's time for them great and grand and everybody to start, coming forward. Yes. Just a matter of time. But we've been blessed.
Yes,
and the blessings that have been poured on us, is something that we should appreciate and we should continue to give thanks. And that's what's happening right now.
One time I could remember in presentation college, one of my colleagues brought a book to school that it wasn't supposed to be in school because we weren't supposed to be reading anything that's not on the curriculum coming towards the exam time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the guy who brought it got licks.
No, those who read it.
I who read it, I get more licks. And then master's explanation, the whole rest was on the teeth. So I know nowadays I stop it blaming Kiss Michelle, you know.
Those who are polling.
Yeah.
Those who,
How? Wait,
lie down for him to run on.
Yeah, because you know better. Do better now for Christ's
Should know
sake.
better.
You should. No, should. They know better. But they should do better. That's what happened, but they're not doing better. I'm not saying they ain't know.
But they ain't doing better.
Because, talking about that. So I was listening to my boy Michael Batista say, yeah. And those guys change like the weather. You know, sometimes you must get cloudy. And up yonder must look sort of dark, then you expect rain. But sun shining hot and they coming down, they waiting, you know.
And these days they're coming from not the direction that you're looking at it.
No.
They're coming from our direction. They change the pattern and all.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's where we find ourselves.
Well, second helping. The food ain't taste good, you eat a whole pot, you want more.
And the food ain't taste good.
It tastes good. So
So
crazy. Go on.
But I've been speaking about blessings, and I realized that, I mean, we were blessed, you know, because Diablo never thought in 2022 that he was going to lose the election. He was so confident of just walking through and going back in power to continue doing what he was doing.
One day,
he didn't realize that. He didn't realize that, and he admitted it, you know.
Yeah.
He said he didn't expect. Listen to what he said.
But the NDC guys in government don't have a clue. So this is why, so that they meet a lot of money NNP had there because we were planning. We didn't expect to lose. We expected to do more development and activities in the country.
Imagine that. He didn't expect to lose the election. He expect, because of the way it was always been organized, the voting farm,
yes.
poor and vulnerable.
It became the norm, you know.
Yeah,
I could do anything and get away with it.
Yes.
You know,
Anything.
Yes. But when those who vulnerable can't defend themselves, Papa God does step in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say we talk about divine intervention. Because you say enough is enough. You must know when to stop. Enough is enough. By the way, you know, I was tempted last Wednesday on Vintage Wednesday to request a song. I don't know.
Why do you
I didn't get through to you because Monday, you know, we opened with Tito Simon and Jimmy Cliff, you know, Monday morning feeling and struggling man. So I was so happy.
Yeah.
I didn't venture to call Vintage Wednesday and ask for take one in.
You better take one.
Yes, do good. Do good.
I mean, so you sometimes come with some of these things. Take one in.
Take one in, man.
It's Marco, not Marco. Anyhow. I know I want to say, but it just had name can't come now. But take one in.
Yes, take
one in.
Yeah.
No. I know the song, you know. I know the song very, very, very well. You know, take one in is Eddie Hooper.
Eddie Hooper, that's the boy.
Eddie Hooper,
yes.
He said, take one in.
Better do good.
You better do good. Yeah.
Let's go.
You gotta take one in, and he says it better do good, you know. Let the light shine,
That's it, man.
Now the evil that men do live after them. He didn't know that. listen to this line.
Light it. That's why nobody could convince me to less of the individual rest in peace. They can rest in peace because they will have to live after them. Anybody do want us. When you do your wrong thing and you're dead, that's still there in my drive, I still have to talk about it.
Yeah.
And it divides the car up to the car who can get back to itself. We live in the upside down, We live in the upside down in Karakou.
Yeah.
It's so difficult. I still can't get used to it because every time I think about Karakou, if somebody asks me a favor, the first thing that comes to mind is how we lived in Karakou and what we know. But oh God, that has gone out the window so very long. And I still don't realize it. And sometimes still after you catch up yourself, you get caught again.
Yeah.
You get caught again.
But don't worry. Do good. Yeah. Respect your fellow men.
As you should.
As you should. So don't I know it feels.
Well, I go rest in peace because it'll be often interred by bones. You know what they say?
Yeah.
But I've been listening to Diablo and them on the campaign trail, and they have nothing to offer, nothing to say, nothing of consequence. Diablo does get no. He just, he's in this kind of a hype now where he feels like, well, he's been saying whatever he wants to say, and he just feels, well, that is the norm. But Grenadians, the people now are not buying that anymore because there have been transformation has taken place. And people are realizing now what it means to have good governance. It makes a difference,
Yeah, people keep saying, but I wonder, are you talking about Kit Mitchell? Don't tell me I'm talking about Kit Mitchell. You tell Kit Mitchell to shut up or stop lying or stop giving false promise. But as long as those things persist, I'm talking because it is my duty to debunk all the lies you've been floating on all your life. And some of you still can't see.
So when and I get that comment too. Oh, they're talking about Kit Mitchell too much and Kit Mitchell too much and Kit Mitchell too much. So what exactly should we be speaking about?
Well, I don't know.
No, I mean I understand what you're saying. Okay, yes, you that's your view, your opinion. We're speaking about him too much. It's either you don't like to hear his name called, or it's either you find that the truth is being exposed, or you find it's been unfair. But what really would you want us to be talking about? If you want to talk about that, well, call and talk about our culture, about culture. You call and talk about it, but don't talk about him, because he is one of the persons who have created other problems for us individually and collectively. So saying and talk about him as a means of what? Respect to him? No.
Boy, respect demands respect. It's don't respect. And the same is true for disrespect.
So, I mean...
That is why you see our little society. Wow. Kim, well, I don't know, probably you're not out on the street every day. I know you hear things and you have a lot of resources to gather information.
Antenna is the word.
Yeah. Antennas out there, boy.
A
lot of antennas out there, before things happen. Because right now, they even tell me now that Diablo is complaining, that every time they cussing him, time to cuss Emlyn.
Yes.
He say, cuss Emlyn, man, because get me tired.
But
because I am not leader of the NMP, but they still cussing me. I asked them one day, cuss Emlyn piano man. I tired with cussing me. Giving me pay some licks. They ain't cussing Emlyn piano. Only me that I am not leader of the NMP, but they still cussing me. I asked them one day, cuss Emlyn piano man. I tired with cussing. Giving me pay some licks. They ain't cussing Emlyn piano. Only me they cussing.
Well, I thought Faith Lynn was so creative.
Yeah.
Until I heard somebody refer to us M-line.
Yeah.
M-line.
Yeah, I saw that too.
M-line?
Yeah.
Line, huh?
We people in
No.
Is at the end there is line.
Yeah.
You get a line.
Because it's sometimes referred to as cost of living. The thing about it right now, is that there is nothing in the opposition we know that they can say to the people of Grenada that they could do different or better, because they've been in there, and they have not been able to do it. And now this government is performing excellent. I mean, really, really excellent, making us proud in every way possible. That they empty on the platform. Listen. You go to a meeting and you hear man talk about they're cussing me. I mean, is that what I come here to listen to? Tell me something positive that I could, look forward to and maybe believe whatever you're saying that will be beneficial to the country. But they can't do that. There's nothing.
I remember one time at a job in Brooklyn, and this black guy, say from the South, but he was fit to be tied. And he's saying to a white supervisor, we want much, just give us a few years to mess up too. That's all we want much. I'll take all the mess up for yourself. And mess up. Give us a chance.
Give us a chance to mess up.
Yes. We want much. If you have 10 years of give us 2 years, I want
to take the whole thing.
Yeah.
We ain't asking for the 10.
No.
2?
Yeah, 2 years. We will settle for that.
That's very
You think you all must mess up? No, man. I think we want to share the burden.
Yeah, but that's what's been going on. Eh? And now we have to give thanks and praise. And like I say, our Prime Minister is making us proud. Whatever he's doing out there, representing Grenada. Did you listen? By the way, let me open the lines. Hold on. 443-0101. 443-0101. 443-0101. And 403-0101. You can call now. The lines are open. 403-0101. And also 458-1914. 458-1914. All the lines are open now. If you want to call and start airing your concerns, your views, whatever you want to speak about, you can do so at this time. I was just talking about the UN speech last week. What a speech that was.
Yeah, boy.
Really, really, really.
But I must tell you something. I like my Prime Minister, but at this point in time, I was a little more impressed with him. My boy up north,
Oh.
Ralph,
man. Ralph was fiery, man.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Ralph was fire from hell.
Hold a second. The lines are open, so to start taking calls. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, good morning. Caller, yes, good morning, yes.
Good morning.
Man, you all are spot on this morning.
Oh, thank you.
I could listen to you all day. Especially on the Diablo, or I call him Satan.
We have so much names, eh?
Because this man is the limit. How he could telling the people now, curse Emlyn Pear. They have to curse him because he's not giving Emlyn Pear a chance to shine. Right?
That's true.
He is the opposition leader, but he's there in the background, creating all kind of problems, right? He's not giving her a chance at all. So they have to curse him. The leader of, the Prime Minister of Barbados, I should say, told this man already, Ecclesiastes chapter 3, we must know when we have enough. And it's time for him to go in the background and give Emlyn Pear a chance to shine. You see? And you just mentioned the speech at the United Nations by our Prime Minister. Well, that's a masterpiece. Oh, he's great.
It is. Yeah,
that young man.
Yep.
And I will always love young people because I work with them for many years. And what I want to really talk about, I didn't get the chance some weeks ago to discuss bullying in school. And I show Tim and your two colleagues, Mr. Leo and Coy. I'm sure you all went to school and you all wasn't bullying any children in school. That's why you all could stand up today. Because to me, you all had the right kind of upbringing. What I noticed today is that children are having children, right? And they do not have what it takes. They do not have the intelligence, the background. They didn't even stay in school properly. But as soon as they leave school, you see them with 1, 2, or 3 children. They don't have what it takes to bring up these children in the proper way. And according to the Bible, it says, bring up the child in the way it should go. And when he or she grows up, he wouldn't depart from it. And not many. How many parents we know on a morning time, sit with the children around the table and discuss God or discuss the Bible? How many of them? I'm sure not many.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure some of us have heard the way some parents or so-called parents talk to the children at home. They're using the four-letter words to them, right? Some of them really do. And my saying is this. We should have certain centers. The church, as my colleague said to me the other day, and the government, they should create what we call community centers, advice centers, to help some of these parents and the children too, to discuss problems at home, problem in the school, and so on. We should have people trained to perform in these centers, like youth officers, social workers, counselors, to help these parents, because in most cases, these children need help, and the parents need help too, right? Bringing up children is a very, very responsible situation, responsible job. And if we don't have the right background to behave, to instill in these children good behavior, these are the kind of children that going out there and bullying other children, and even bullying some of our young teachers. You find if a teacher scold a child, and this child goes home and told his parents, the parents will go in the school and abuse the teacher. So what kind of encouragement we giving the teacher to look after our children in school? I know some parents, they have very good relationship with the children's teachers, and they make sure that they get a report from the teachers or from the school how the children are performing. And this is the kind of thing we have to do.
Yeah.
The disruptive children in the school should be taken out and have some proper, I know in England we call it borstal. We have a proper place where we send these children to discipline them. But I don't know if we have this kind of thing here. And it's very, very disturbing to know that our children, I mean, I saw on the program the other day when they talk about this bullying, children kicking a little boy on the ground, real kick the little boy. Now, how could we, as adults, tolerate this kind of thing in our schools? No, we have to be serious. And as and you know, coming back to Diablo again, we have to lay the blame on Keith Mitchell and his regime for the last 23 years. They did nothing to educate our children or the community. Not at what our Prime Minister today is doing by having the children tuition, free tuition, and take a keen interest in our children education. No, the NNP didn't do that because you know why? They are of the opinion that if you educate people, when election comes, they wouldn't vote for you because they will be educated and know what's going on. You know, Diablo, to me, is no different to Donald Trump in America. The only thing, Donald Trump may have more money than him, but they're no different. It's the same nonsense we see. And I'm sorry for the people in America, you know, because Donald Trump, according to his colleagues, he's a moron. He has no intelligence. He has no kind of understanding of the things that he's getting involved in, like foreign policies and all that. And yet still he's the one making decisions. And he have a bunch of jokers around him. And this kind of people remind me of you. I don't know if you remember some gangsters they used to call, what do you call them? Diligent. Or, you know, forget the names now. But they were noted gangsters in the past. And that's what happened in America, and it's spilling over in Grenada here. So we have to be careful when we're talking about our children, because our children today are going to be men and women of tomorrow, and we have to make sure we give them the right kind of guidance, the right kind of tuition for them to do well and to be responsible adults. in the future. I'm going to stop there at the moment, but I may want to come back later on.
Okay.
So thank you all for listening to me, and have a pleasant day. You all are doing very well. Continue with the program, and, let us do better next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to remind you, the listeners again, 443-0101, 443-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. That caller just mentioned a couple of things there, but I want to touch on one quickly. You talk about, bullying in school and things like that, right? And what teachers would do and so on and so forth, But you remember the days, when you went to school and you were to be disciplined by a teacher, you went home, you didn't want your parents to know, you didn't want nobody to know, because you know why? You're going to get a second discipline. Second. I remember, one time I was disciplined in school, and I went home nice and quiet, doing my work around the house and behaving. Next thing, when I looked down the road, I saw the headmaster coming in our direction. Lord have mercy.
Bad news. Not such a comfortable.
I went and I sit down right by mommy, and I say, "Mommy, watch, Mr. Bascom coming in. I get licks in school today."
You were taking front.
I take in front. Because I know if I didn't do that in front there, what was going to happen? And you know what she did? In front of him, to please him, she disciplined me.
We still did.
I still get it.
People had control. She is not where you nowadays, and especially in some high school, who have guns in the pocket of cigarette. So, boy, I don't understand. Would be no proper learning if you don't have respect for his teaching. No.
Yeah.
No.
You're not going to go anywhere.
No.
Not going to go anywhere. Not at all. It never did, never will.
So Leo, I have been doing a lot of introspection in recent times, and one of the things, the last thing I was engaging with myself, I consider this word respect, and I just heard you use it there. And I tell myself, I would like to go on have a discussion as to define respect. So when we use the word respect, because, not because I ain't saying anything on that, but respect. What is really respect? Is it to get to determine how we want to feel and how we should direct people and encourage people to feel? What does the word respect means and what it is?
Well, I was tempted to give you Mr. Webster's phone number, but since I don't have it, let me see if I could break it down. My idea of having respect is a caring of how you deal with people, and I would say to be respectful, you must sort of think of doing to others as you have them do to you, or you conduct yourself in a certain way that is going to be pleasing or pleasant to you. If you respect someone, you do the things that you think will make them feel happy, that you're accommodating. So I don't know if I did a good job of it, but that's my take on it. And I tell you, I don't have a website phone number.
Yes, well, I mean, I just look up Google there to see if I can get a
better one.
A number for Webster, but I get it. But no, it's really a fact. Seriously, respect.
Yeah.
We always talk about respect, and you are respecting me, and whatever it is you want to say. But the word respect, I wonder if we really understand the meaning of the word and how we can apply it. Because we use another words, Do we know the meaning? We just use it because we hear people using it. And I think I would like to believe so far that when we talk about respect, I don't think we understand exactly all that we want to say. Respect authority.
Hold a second before you go further. Hold a second. We're going to get back on that. The Vibes FM caller come in.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, good morning, yes.
I want to make a contribution, or I want to get a little bit of advice.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Something I notice is a trend in Grenada. I cannot speak on behalf of other countries, but I'm in a state of construction. I tried to build a house cash. So the builder gave me an estimate. I told him how much money I had. I gave him an estimate. He gave me an estimate, and he gave me the estimate for the material and the estimate for the project, which is the cost, the labor cost. And something I don't understand is that it was in phases. I don't know nothing about building. I hear people talk about building, but I never really take it into consideration because I'm not in their shoes. So what he came for the first set of money, which was $15,000 in the beginning. So after he made a week, he came for $15,000. That was the first phase. So I'm looking at the phases, but I know the person. We kind of close in terms of he living in the same yard which I'm living, because he associated in one of my family, and I saw him build my relative house, and I think he did a good job, but I did not really partake in taking that. That wasn't really my concern. So I talked about the project, and he invited himself to do the project, and I took him on. So when I took him on with the project now, I don't know much. I went to the hardware store. He said to me, well, when he come and he bring he said you could go and buy the material. I didn't ask him anything. He didn't have a meeting with me to say, well, you have to go left, right, or center, or whatever. But I think I was using my discretion. So I went to the hardware store, and I bring in the estimates, and I brought the whole paper. And the manager in Hubbards, I should say, he told me how to go about buying the material. He said, don't buy everything because the house isn't start yet. So he said, I will tell you what to buy for the foundation. I will tell you what to buy for, and we go in stages. So he said that you could invest the money there, and then you could come pay for the material, and then you could take it in stages. So I said, sure. So the house start building, and, second time he come for money, but I'm watching the phases, but still I'm not really bothered about, all I'm interested in that, they're working, and I want my work done. I left my job. I have a small business home, but I was taking care of children in a daycare, and I left it because every minute they're calling for something. First thing I noticed that the estimate he had gave me, I run over it. That is a point I have to make, and I'm very concerned about it. You told me the material would have cost that. When I went to the hardware store, they took the money, and then you keep repeatedly asking for things when the money for the material finish. So it's like you run me over by 3 with the estimate for the material. Because according to my logic and my calculation, when I do the maths, I saw it run over by 3 times the amount. No. Secondly, we coming down to the final stages, and you come, no plumbing, no electrical, no painting, no installation of nothing, and we come up with the last $10,000. Apparently, money run it on his, and I don't know. He did not discuss that with me. Somewhere around Carnival time, because the house would have started in somewhere like the ending of April, the last week in April. So he said the duration time for the house, according to his knowledge, is 3 months, which the 31st of July, the house supposed to hand it over to me. So I tell him, I say, well, take your time. I'm not in a rush because I'm in a home, and I'm not paying a rent, and I'm not so busy. But at the same time, I want my house. So to say all of this, you take second monies, and we reached a stage just for Carnival time, because when the 31st of July, you still have a lot to be done. Septic tank and built, house and finished plaster, veranda is not finished, and we in the final stage, and the money actually done for the labor. So The week come leading up to Carnival, well, the workers come and I find he had a lot of linger in the work. I didn't say anything because you is the foreman for the work. So lo and behold, now Carnival Friday, you asked for $6,000. So I said to him, why should I give you $6,000? Because no, and you're incomplete the house. We still have a lot of tiling to do. We still have all these things to do and $10,000 remaining. So I said to him, I said, well, you know what? The workers came from very far, which he had said 6 persons, but he brought on 4 of them. They worked pretty well, I should say, but still the house hasn't complete and all the labor money done. You run me into nuts with the material and then we stuck. That's why I say we stuck. You're still not discussing no money. You're still not discussing anything pertaining to the house. Carnival Friday, it comes, well, I end up giving off $3,000 because he said the workers have to get paid. And he don't have any money. So I end up giving off the $3,000 and leaving the remainder because I said, I still have to tile, I have a lot of work in the house to do. Lo and behold, when I hand up the money now, looking forward for the workers to come back. Carnival come the week, nobody showed up. When the Wednesday after Carnival, nobody showed up. The Thursday, Friday, he alone came. He never come to me, he never said anything to me, but he worked the 2 days by himself. The Monday now, everything Carnival over now, well, the week holiday done, everything done. The Monday morning, 7:15, you come to me in my house and telling me that, you cannot bring back your workers because my house is full up for material. I don't have a septic tank to the house. The bathroom in a deplorable conditions. You start to run the pipe. You just show some cement in the bathroom area, unfinished. All my money done, everything done. My little business is not accumulating enough money to finish the house, the stage with it in. So I want to know what it is in place for those things when contractors failed. I sent a message to him asking to come and have a dialogue or a conversation. He refused. I call him, he refuses. So I'm stuck in the middle of the ocean and nobody to rescue me. So I want to know what is the next step forward. Because I have, at my age now, which is 52, I don't have a job to say that I have a job. I have my little business and an online business that's not bringing in the funds as how I'm going to be doing a public business. So I want to know what it is that the government or persons have in place for these things when it happens, because I stuck now. I don't know who to go to, and it's a set of confusion in my mind because I might think I'm okay during the day, but in the night when reality hits me is when I sleep and wake, studying an unfinished house that I paid all my money, invested all my money in, and I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere and nobody to help. So I want to know the reason why I bring it on air to alert the contractors, to alert people to be very vigilant and to be very careful, because right now I don't know who to turn to, where to turn to. I went to the government for windows months since the house started to build. Yes, and up to now. So I'm not going back and bellowing and being like a dog under nobody to get my house done. So I want to get some advice on the way forward with this house, because I need to go in my house.
One of the questions I want to ask you though, did you have like a written contract with the builder in the beginning, or it was just verbal? Okay, I had a paperwork. As I said, the house was in like 6 phases that it was written on a paper. The builder has his construction company at the head, right? Right. It was addressed to me, and they gave it in phases. And then at the end, so they gave you the phases in which the house built with the labor money have to pay. Right. And then at the end, the back sheet, it have where the material come up to our cost.
And then it wasn't signed by anybody, but it had two contractors' name at the bottom.
My dear, what I could say to you, you're a victim of, you see, in construction without proper communication is destruction. And 9 out of 10 times, the problem comes up to where there isn't a clear understanding of what has to be done. The rule of thumb for construction is to plan long and build short. Now, if you're not thorough in what you're asking for, and that should be in writing, and what the contractor is giving you, there will always be argument. Now, follow me. You as the owner, no matter what you do, whatever little money you have, you want the best for it. Contractor is in business to make money. In other words, you might be your friend or whoever has something, you might see a nice little cola lavatory in your friend's house and you expect that, not knowing that the contractor is looking at the cheapest Chinese stuff to give you. And if that is not clearly defined, that is why it's too late now, but for the benefit of those who are thinking of doing anything, you must have, in addition to your plans, your specifications of what has to be done. And there must be a thoroughly very clear understanding. If that doesn't happen, 9 out of 10 times, if it's not 9.9 times, confusion will ensue. So as it is now, I don't know what kind of documents you have and what you could resort to get your home completely based on what promise or non-promise that you had. But as it is, you are another victim of poor communication, as far as I could see. I don't know how decent, whoever the contractor you have, if he has any morality at all. I mean, probably you may have a legal option, but some moral options don't always get you to where you want to be, you know. So it's unfortunate. I don't know how what could be done to help you based on what documents you have. I really don't know.
One of the things that I mean, and I'm both you yourself, Kim, and Sir Leo here is raised some very important point. In fact, that's what a comment I was about to make too. You see, not having a contract. Anytime you're getting into business, family or not, friend or not.
You see, I'm not aware, as I said.
Yes. So that's why I said you're a victim now.
You come and you talk about you could build a house. Yes, I saw you build a house and I know, right? It's not to say like a stranger I invited and I'm going to give the work and, you know, I just do something like helter-skelter. It's somebody that I know and I saw him build house. It's not that I put my full confidence in him, but at the same time, I'm looking for production as well as you getting your money for the production.
Right, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So I'm not into the confusion stage with this house.
Okay.
I am living in my mother's house and I'm comfortable in my mother's house, but I wanted something to call my own.
Right.
So I had my money and I wanted to invest it into something that I can say it's mine.
Yes,
So it's not that I'm going to make any confusion or make issue over it. What I want to know is that why will somebody with your goodly self come to do somebody, I wouldn't even call myself poor class. Because we don't have no poor class of people. We have to get up and get. That's how I get up and get. Because I had 4 children and I see after my 4 children for myself. I didn't have no father, son, Holy Ghost. Thank God I was in my parents' house and I had help for my siblings. And I said, I am not going to depend on men because my children belongs to me. And I don't see why I should take my children's problems and bring it to somebody else because they are mine. So I have to do the things to make my children comfortable and also myself. So the same way the builder come and lack of communication, I could understand that. But at the same time, conscience. Conscience.
Yeah.
Would you lie down in the night to know that you did not? Okay, if you had bring the house to a livable stage. I was talking to a friend and he was saying to me, if you had bring the house to a livable stage, build a septic tank, run the pipes, have your bathroom available, then you don't have to build closet, you don't have to finish plaster, you don't have to bring it to a livable stage, so then I could move in a place and then know You walk off and you go. I feel comfortable that you walk off and you go because that's where your labor could reach. Right?
Yeah.
And then I would have seek my way now and take my time because I'm living in the house and then I'm going to finish the house. But I don't have a septic tank. My bathroom is not usable. So how can I move in?
Yeah.
How can I move in? So if you had make it livable, you're talking about the house whole up of materials. I have a whole lot of sand, a whole lot of gravel. Right now, the house is going on 8 weeks since you walk up from the work from Carnival to now. You walk up from the work. I have 25 bag of cement getting hard.
What?
Right?
Yes.
And you walk off and saying, I have blocks.
Yeah.
So then, what is the way forward with this? Because I have material. So now I have to go to start from beginning again, to try to see how I could accumulate some money to get somebody to help with the process. And you walk away with the money and you're so comfortable on the next side drawing money from somebody else. How that could be fair? How this could be fair?
My dear, you live in an unfair world and be conscious of that. See, people, sometimes it's not always conscience, Sometimes it could be ignorance too. And the person who you've given your money doesn't know what he's doing. And it means well, but when you don't know, you don't know. So something as important as a house, the only thing I could tell you said at this point in stage that you're not at the confusion stage, or for that matter, the court action stage. But if you think I will be a little bit leery about this guy, I will cut my losses and try to see how I could best get some advice and get somebody else to finish the job.
And the good thing about it there at this time, I must say good thing, is that you
have an option.
You still could stay there until you get to that point. But the way out and the way forward, in my view, is that you have to just count your losses and try to move forward. I don't know if there's any legal paperwork that you have there that you'll be able to maybe
utilize to the end.
Yeah, to take him to court maybe or whatever. I doubt, because of the fact that when you started off too, and you know him very well, and there's sort of like a relationship, friendship, or family friendship, involved in that too. That make it a little bit even more difficult for you to do. But I mean, it's a sad situation. These people just taking advantage and taking people's money just like that and not completing the job. Whether it's verbal or signed contract, and you're in a situation where most of your funds have been used up, and you still didn't get to the point you would like to get to, and you're not asking for much right now, because I mean, if you put it in a situation where you'll be able to live there, as you just mentioned there, and then you could finish up on your own in time to come.
That's all I want. That's my bathroom, just a septic tank to build.
Yes, and you have
then the pipes start running. You have it on the house. So what I sit down and I said, if I can get an electrician, because the wires pull into the wall, it hasn't. And he went with me and he get all the plumbing stuff. He get all the electrical stuff, right? So I have all those things in my possession. So how can the house hold up? There's a question I'm asking myself.
Okay, did you say that you're still able to have a conversation with this guy? Or
I tried calling him, no answer. And I asked him, I said, well, the house is hold up. You said for material. Why can't you just come and have a conversation with me? He read it and he never answered.
Well, that's a red flag.
He never answered.
It's a red flag. So
to be honest, being very honest, I want to be very honest. I sit down and I make a second thought about it. It's a no-no bringing him back in the house.
Okay.
It's a no-no for me, personally. Okay. Because I don't want to spend what I don't have. I have to go and source money now. I'm not getting a loan to finish this house at my age right now. I'm not employed, number two. Yes, I have a registered business. How much money the business accumulating? Yes, I might be able to pay a loan. What the requirements they might be asking for, I may not be able to proceed with it.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right,
so as I said, I have my business and I'm doing it online. Yes. Whenever I make a little, it goes to the house.
Right.
So what I'm thinking about now, I want to do the electrical first. right? Then I will start with the plumbing after, because the walls, the electrical is just to pull the wires. I have all the sockets and all. So then get an electrician to come to do this. Finish that phase to get some power in the house. Then forget about windows and door. That will always come in after.
Tank.
The bathroom and the toilet, that is my main concern. Because you have to get a set of money to pay people to dig the hole and to prepare the septic tank. And then you have to get your white. Yes, I have the pipe. Now I say, come and run my water long before the house build. So this is a plus for me in many ways. So I'm looking at the bigger picture now in how to go about finishing that project.
Carla, let me ask you though, did you ever try to get some legal advice, as to how to go forward?
First of all, I have attorneys. I have attorneys, which are my friends, but they're taking this thing as a joke. Because I went to my attorney, he said to me about the paper. I asked him, first of all, if you should have signed some. He said, no, Andres. And he gave me reasons with his contractors. He gave me reasons. And then secondly, he told me, he said, don't you know houses that's built in classes, like how we have poor classes, middle classes, and upper classes? That's what the lawyer said to me. So I said, well, I don't know.
Get a lawyer.
You get a lawyer. You don't have a lawyer.
Get a lawyer.
Right? So I said, well, I don't know about that. And I said, this turns to be a game. It turned to be a game. So I didn't even bother to go back to the lawyer, because I find the lawyer was sitting and talking a set of nonsense in my head. I want to know the way going forward. I want to know what could be done, what could happen. And, by just telling me that, it just turns me off.
But an advice to the wise is that if you're going to, don't say forget windows and doors. If you're talking about doing interior finishing, you must secure the perimeter. In other words,
yes, I understand that.
Yes, so put windows and doors so that when rain come in, put everything inside. Secure your house, and then you can start doing the interior. Okay? And that's going to take some time. All right, but do your best, but your situation is not the best one.
No, it's not the best situation that you're in right now, But I'm surprised that the contractor is not even coming to your assistance now, seeing that you have the materials.
The worst part of it, you leave all your tools in the house.
All
the tools. I confiscate all the tools.
Okay, well, level credit.
I confiscate every piece of thing in the house.
Right.
I do a total cleaning out of the house. And I put everything into my storeroom. So then, if you want your stuff, let us fight for the stuff. It's not about confusion.
No, right, yeah.
I'm going to get a fair share.
Right, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
I want to be very lenient. I take all my losses. Anybody try to beat me on it, I take the beating. But I just want to know the way forward.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, your situation.
Yeah, well, I think you have started on the right foot in the sense of trying to, with a level head, know how to move or what next to do.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have in your control all these tools, that's a bargaining chip for you.
Well, I have two advice for you. Number one cocoa full basket, and one the other time to Jesus. That's all I'm asking for you, of you, and then you move on. Those two things in mind.
One thing that makes me strong as a human being with 2 children. Before my grandmother died, which I lived more with my grandmother, and she was a nurturer when I was making my twin, but I was on the lowest end when I was making the 2 last children. And my grandmother nurtured me from then till I had the children every day of my life, every day. And one thing she told me, she said, my dear, if I have to close my eyes, be careful when you're building a house. Be very careful when you're building a house. And this, I always remember that anytime I try to get myself into sorrow or depression, I remember the words of my grandmother. That's what's making me strong today and standing firm with this. And I say, all who were not there in the beginning, do not come in the end. Do not. I don't want the confusion and the back and forth. Because every time you remind me, it brings me to a different level.
You really didn't know the contractor. Resort to Pussy Sledge.
No, I did not.
Take time to know him.
Yes, take time.
Well, I ain't really want to take time anymore.
But
it's already the job already done. So I have to take the losses, and I am responsible for the losses.
All right.
But you must try your best. You're very focused, and based on what you're saying,
Yeah.
you seem to do. You have a strong head and a strong
Yeah,
determination.
will, yes, you'll see.
To
get
move
through.
forward. You're going to get through. You just
Yes, I will. I trust in God.
Yes, always.
And I'm going to take it one day. But I'm just trying to
One day at a
throw
time.
it out
right.
to see how you might see somebody walking the road, looking so pleasant.
Yeah.
And it's not as pleasant as you may think.
Yes, you're right, And now that you've shared your story too, I know we have a lot of people who listen, to the programs, they might be able to take some sort of advice and in going forward for themselves if they have situations to know how to navigate a little bit better to avoid this situation from developing.
Exactly, because I did not listen to people in terms of building. I heard people speak about it, but I never take it because I was not in the position at the time.
Right.
So now I am wearing the shoes and I see that it's difficult, then I could talk about it.
Right, yeah. And I hope people are listening to your story too, so they would take a little bit of advice, they wouldn't get caught in the same situation that you're in right now. Yeah.
It is a
sad situation.
Sad situation.
It is,
Very sad.
Yeah.
And I'm cooking and I'm just said, I just listen to y'all all the time. I visit the Carriacou. Well, my first child, I always say, is for somebody from Carriacou. So I used to be in Carriacou all the time. And then recently I came to Carriacou to see how Carriacou looked. And then I always say I will always visit. But, I listen to your program. I learn a lot. I learn a lot from y'all. And as I said, Facebook. I on Facebook because of my business, and Facebook, it makes me, it breaks me. And I learn a lot of things, and it makes me to be the person who I am today.
That's you're very strong. Honestly, to be given a story like this and be so positive as well in going forward, I admire that. You're on the right track. It's just a matter of time before you would get to the finishing line, but you're going to get there. You're going to get there.
I will get you.
Yes,
I know I will get you.
Keep on trucking and listen to the late Morris Bishop. Forward ever. And you get to it. Forward ever. Yes.
Caller?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for sharing your story, and I wish you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye now. Boy, just listen to her, realize sometimes the situations people get into. These contractors, so-called contractors, and the attitude. Some of them they have no conscience, boy.
But I tell you, sir, Kim, you might think it's conscience they have, but it's more ignorance than conscience they have. They don't know what they're doing to begin with. And sometimes you never get a proper estimate. Again, 9 out of 10 times, what you get from them is a guesstimate.
A guesstimate.
When you don't know what you're doing, then you give people wrong figures, and prices of things change quickly.
Yeah. But at least, the conversation should have continued between them. In other words, that being absent, not answering messages, you send
messages. Well, it depends on who the character is. Sometimes
you leave all the tools.
Yes. That alone is an indication that this guy is not a builder.
Yeah.
He's not a trades person, because tradesmen will cherish the tools as their own. It's part of their life. They need it for their livelihood, but that's not this guy's livelihood.
Oh, but let's hope that it resolves,
Well, not with him. I don't see it.
Well, now that she spoke, maybe people who might know him and know, of the situation.
That wouldn't help.
You don't think so?
No way.
Let's keep hope alive.
She get clipped.
We realize that, but at least, what I would have liked to see him do, as she said, bring it to a point where it's livable. Get the septic tank down. She have 25 bags of cement there, getting hard, gravel, sand on the ground, everything. Come on, let me bring it to that point. Eh?
You're missing the point. You're the manly body too.
Oh boy, so. Let me take a call. Vibes FM, caller, you're on there. Caller, come in.
Okay. Good morning to everyone.
Yes, good morning.
I'm
yes.
just calling and listen to that caller, and I think she should name the contractor. Name and shame. That is all you need to do. Because I name and shame the one that I had. Another Grenadian. Name and shame them. Call names.
Yeah.
So they would never get another job. That is all I have to say.
Okay.
Well, you have a good day, and thank you very much for your program.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Usually people of that help, they are shame, You can't shame them,
no?
No, because there's certain people.
Yeah.
it's just them. They don't care.
They just don't care. You don't make a difference.
No,
Whether you
so-
call them name or you don't call them
No,
name.
you call. As a matter of fact, I always remember when first I saw somebody from Petit Martin came to Carriacou writing people who owe them name on a blackboard. Back then that was effective, but somebody said, when they see the name on a blackboard as you owe them, they're glad they make the headlines.
Yeah.
So you don't do nothing. So shame.
Boy.
But yes, I think the approach, this suggestion by the last caller, name and shame. Name and shame is one of the things used, short of legal action. And if you don't want to engage or go that route, because and how it's done too. If you're naming somebody, and the way you define whatever it is, that certainly would shame them. Should. I saying it would.
You're not listening.
Because some people don't have shame.
So
But I
why
know.
shame them?
Yeah. But so even if you don't get them to be ashamed of what they do, you have to be able to spread the message of your pain, so that at least them, if they come close to having a heart, they might rethink and say, let me go and just check this thing and make sure it's.
You think as a rational person, but people who don't have shame are irrational.
They are conscious.
No.
You
They're not rational either.
Yeah.
So what do you expect? Some people, they'll do the same thing over and over and over. They what you call pranksters and consters.
Let me take a call. The Vibes FM caller, come in.
Yes, it's I'm back again.
Yeah.
When I say name and shame, other people that is listening, they would never ever
Use
have
them.
working for them.
Right.
People that is listening to that caller, they would never hire that contractor. And that is why I said name and shame.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it's going to have people that are going to be listening and they would never hire them again. Or if they had an intention to do it, they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That is why I said name and shame.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I say expose them. Expose them, man.
Let me tell you what I know. There's some pranksters out there. They're committing the wrong. And in the dead of night, when nobody's listening, nobody's looking, they go and sell their story to somebody else. And they think them they're innocent as Jesus. More people will get caught. But she's right. I mean, there's some people who's going to hear what's happening, but that same person going to hold somebody else.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Because those pranksters, they have a way of doing things.
Well, no, that some of them are professionals. Real professionals. Let me tell you something. When you meet some of these pranksters, you call them.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I tell you, man, they are just professionals in whatever they are doing, and they have ways of conning people into situations, that's very uncomfortable, and they don't care. They have no shame at the end of this. So if you're trying to shame them,
and some people are taking part in this and they don't want anybody to know. They're not sharing their business with anybody else. I remember a guy in Leicester come making money. Well, you give him a 20, you give a 40. Now, a 30, you give a 60. When you're feeling good now, when you go and give me 100, the machine malfunction.
That's a common one. That's a very common one.
So,
Vibes FM caller.
Could only make certain amount.
Caller, come in.
Yes, Vibes FM.
Yes, yeah.
Am I on the air?
Yes, you are.
Man. Loud and clear.
I would like to share a similar situation with that lady with the house. Something that happened to me when COVID hit Grenada. I had a problem with my toilet. And there was a guy who is a retired worker of Nawasa who lives in Grenville town. We had a good agreement. Anytime I have a pipe here that's giving problems, he will come and fix it. That particular morning, when he came to fix his septic tank, I said, Lord, I always walking behind him when he come to do the work. Let me do what I was doing and leave him. As I sit down in the dining room, I heard the toilet tank make a noise.
So I said, oh my God, boy, take care your break my toilet tank. He tell me, miss, no, it didn't break. So eventually he set it back up. And when he set it back up, and I opened back the stopcock and let the toilet full, and noticed it was leaking. Okay, so we went down Grenville to get a new tank because he's responsible for it.
Yeah.
All over Grenville we went. We could not get a tank. Eventually he bought something, he said, I can stick the toilet. So I bought the thing that could stick the toilet, and he also told me to buy something else on my account, and I bought it. He came back here, he stick the toilet. He asked, well, I didn't work with money when I went down Grenville with him. So the part that I had to buy, he asked me back for the money. Foolish me, I gave him back the money. And I also paid for, well, he paid for the thing to stick the toilet. He said, miss, after a few hours, I can open back the tank to full. When I did so, the water came gushing out. I call him back. He tells me he going to look around for a tank for me. Well, at that, I wasn't hearing nothing from him. I said, I that want the use of the toilet. Let me spend my money and get back the tank and present the bill to him. Eventually, when I got another person to put on the new septic tank for me, and I told him, look how much it cost me. It cost me over 1,000 something. You know what the man going to say to me? He told me he go get a second-hand tank for me, and I go ahead and buy my own toilet. So I said, listen, in this day and age, you want me to sit down and wait on you, and every time I use a toilet, take a bucket of water and flush it? I said, boy, let me tell you something. That won't prosper you. He never paid me for my toilet tank. And up to now, when I go to Grenville and the good for nothing see me, he doesn't watch me. I doesn't tell him hello. I have nothing to do with him. And I say to him, he is a plumber and he was doing some work on his house. And somebody came to do some cupboards for him. And he boiling house, look how much they're charging to put the cupboards. And look what he did me. So I really sympathize with that lady. Leave them to God. You will see how they go end up in the ending of it. Because recently I heard somebody was talking about a man in a wheelchair and he didn't have the way to stay. It is alleged, I am not saying it is true. It is alleged, they say that man was a man that used to do a lot of wrong things in his days. And look how he comes. I don't wish him people bad, but when people do these kind of things, they could never think. And just before I go again, one little story I have to give. A friend was telling me she did some repairs on her house, and the builder overcharged her. Although he finished the job, he overcharged her. Eventually, when he finished the job, he don't enjoy the money. Somebody else take the money and go with it.
Imagine that.
So we have a lot of these problems. But as the lady said, she should have really make a proper arrangements with them. Because any work I have to do on my house, I sit down with them and we write a written contract and both of us sign. And always I give them half of the down payment to start and the other half when they finish. And I make them know the second half only come in when my work is finished. If my work not finished, you're not getting the second half. So because if you don't finish it, that second half could help me take a next person to finish the job.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Yes, Akin, thank you. And that's my first time we're on your program.
Okay,
nice day.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.
Welcome.
Bye-bye.
All right, okay. 443-0101, 403-0101, 458-1914. We are graced with the presence of an attorney right now in the house, and I just wish that he was here to just listen the stories that went on just before, Solio and Coy, and that's attorney George Prime is here. You missed sort of a dialogue with some of our listeners there and problem that they encountered, But I'm sure that if you were present, Mr. Prime, you might have been able to give some legal advice as the way forward. Especially, I don't know if you caught a little bit of it on your way here. No, you didn't. But anyway, welcome. Good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning, my dear friend, and to our listeners, beyond, this set is beyond me and Karakou. It's much further than everybody.
Yeah.
I am really happy to be here this morning, particularly in light of recent trends.
Yeah.
I would like also, as I indicated in other parts, to clear the path of a number of issues that seem not totally misinterpreted, but totally fabricated.
Yeah.
That is what I think we ought to address.
Mhm.
And I think I shared with you even before to invite myself. You didn't invite me. I called you and told you I want to come. And then we said, please, that line is open to you all the time. I indicated to you, I said, boy, Speakers is such a wonderful program. I just don't want to put if you like, a rider to it. That rider, speak the truth.
Speak it ever.
Cost it what it will.
Appendix A.
Yes. Royal readers.
Royal readers. I have the particular set.
He who does the wrong.
He who hides the wrong, he does.
Who hides
the wrong, he does.
Does the wrong thing still.
Does the wrong thing still. That I want to be the caption and the theme running through today's debate. He who does the...
And he who hides the wrong, he does.
Hide the wrong.
Hides. I mean, I'm not near to hide. So yeah. Anybody want to find out who hide in what?
All
This
right.
is the ideal location for that.
Okay, just give me one moment.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
That's something we always do to remind our listeners again that this program, our guests, opinions and not anything to do with the radio station, okay?
Right.
To make sure we're on the right track.
Yes, why not?
Why not? Okay. So, Mr. Prime, he who does
He who hides.
does the wrong still.
Yes.
Does the wrong thing still.
Yes.
I like that to start off this morning.
You like that to start?
I like that because I know that over the last couple of a week or so, maybe 2 weeks, we've been hearing some things off and on as it
Right.
pertains to you and what's been taking place.
Right.
And I always say there is always two sides to every story.
Yes.
And maybe a third side too, the truth.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And not fiction.
Not
Truth.
fiction, the truth, Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
let me preempt Mr. Prime by saying I thank you, sir, for coming to share with us your side of the story, so at least we could have some information before we make the final judgment.
Right.
Because nowadays I'm getting worried, because I'm wondering if the way Caraquans pronounce the profession, if it's true. Because when you do something to somebody from Caracu, they're not getting the lawyer, they're getting a liar for you. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So said. Okay.
Yes,
So, Mr. Prime,
okay.
yes. Uh-huh.
I really want to preface this conversation, and I call it a conversation, on two factors. The first is that the matter I'm involved in as we speak is presently before the court.
Mm-hmm.
I speak now of the issue of the imprisonment, call it false or otherwise. I speak of a number of steps that were taken, and from my opinion, I think they were unlawful. And so I am constrained not to speak too much on the particular issue that touch and concern my incarceration.
Okay.
And I will tell you why. Two factors. One, we are now in the process of putting together a team of lawyers, both regionally as well as locally. They have visited Grenada and I have been in conversation with them. I had also penned certain correspondences which I was asked to put a hold on still because we are in the interim stage. But I want to make this point and make it publicly. While we were in camera doing that particular exercise, and I still have to say, my friend, from whence he came, entered into the premises where we were, and came to me to make a public apology. He wanted to apologize. He said how sorry he was. Well, you know your boy already. I quoted for him because I always remember my lady saying, boy, watch. If we make the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verses 35 and following, what should be the way we live, the world would have been a better place. And I revisited chapter 25 and 35 and following. And why I believe it is relevant? In that particular text, they have a part which says, and if you permit me, I would read that part. For I was hungered, and yet gave me meat. I was thirsty, and he gave me drink. I was a stranger, and he yet took me in. First paragraph. But the part that I like, and whether I think them are saying, when you saw the sick or in prison, and you came on today, I was in prison. If you were so sorry, come on today. Come and say, boy, I know there may have been some missteps. I'm sorry. But I have the final word. And that is why I want to say much. These matters are now ventilated fully, frankly, and honestly. The truth will set me free. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. I come biblical for them 2 days in jail. I start to understand what is really involved, because it took me by surprise. Let us not pretend. It took me by surprise. And the manner in which it happened. But the other side of the coin, in which I can speak intelligible and without any fear, because there is a particular principle that says, if you're making criticisms or you're making comments about certain events which has already gone, and you have no intentions of bringing the law or the administration of justice in disrepute, you can speak openly on it. And that is what I want to do today. It will clear the air in a number of instances, because really, I ain't here for tit for tat. I ain't here to revenge anything. The man did what he did. He may have get his own internal satisfaction. I ain't get mine yet. Mine's still in a band. I know he coming. But I think it's interesting, in light of the number of comments I've heard, to bring certain things to the fore. The first thing I want to say is, but matters my friend has been involved in Karakou. And I think that may have angered him. Because I speak to you now, there are 7 matters which has arisen and arrived on my desk of litigants who are completely dissatisfied and felt they've been cheated, to use the proper word, in number of them. To begin with the first one, and I ain't calling no name. This is a matter my friend was involved in, Mr. Stewart. A matter that had to do with Karakouans. There are 3 parties involved. 1 brother and 2 sisters. The client he was involved in and who he was represented is also a Karakouan. This Karakouan bought 3 parcels of land in Petty Caronage. Parcel A, Parcel B, and Parcel C. The particular gentleman got deeds for Parcel A and Parcel B. He didn't get a deed for Parcel C because, unfortunately, the owner of Parcel C passed on. He died, and he died before conveying the property to the particular gentleman who bought it. 3 parcels of land. So as we speak, he's still not in possession of Parcel C. The gentleman obviously went to seek legal advice. What can I do to get this land? And the honorable gentleman advised him, watch, this is what we have to do. That is history. What I want to talk about is the judgment. What did the judge say? paragraph 9 of the judgment says, the claimant, and the claimant is the gentleman and the lawyer, brought the claim against the defendant in her personal capacity with full knowledge, not accidentally. They're saying the lawyer is seized of full knowledge that the father of the defendant has died. No question about that. The judge saying, the proper procedure that should have been adopted by counsel was to have brought the claim against the estate of the deceased and an application made for someone or the defendant to be appointed to represent the estate. Basic law. Tried the same law, say tried law. Force your law school student know that. The claimant, the judge go on, was under a duty to take further steps to cure this irregularity. The case was brought in 2011. He had up to 2022 when the judgment came out, to perfect this defect that is obvious on the face of it. And the judge goes on. He was under duty to take further steps to cure the irregularity in keeping with the law. The matter is at trial stage, and the claimant, having failed to cure the defect in appointing the defendant in a representative capacity, cannot proceed with the matter any further against the defendant. And what happened? The cause of action against the deceased gone. The judge goes on. I certified here all of the above. And she goes, this is where the bombshell came. The claimant case gone. They threw it out. Now, under the present regime of laws, this doesn't just go arbitrarily. It goes because the court now ordered prescribed cost of $7,500 to be paid to the defendant by the man that's stealing getting land. You believe that? That is, if you like the choir boy. So I start with the choir boy. That is the length and breadth of the situation. And on top of that, I wouldn't even say the man had to pay a substantial portion of money to bring the action. I am talking about how much he had to pay and he lose, and it's not his fault.
Yeah.
So who responsible for that? That matter is on the desk. I'll come to the other one. This is the bad one. This is the bad one. A matter again involving Karaku people. And I tell you, I have 7 such Karaku people now before me. And I know if I want to venture, I guess, I know if it's because of that, the man decide, well, let me strike the first blow. The blow is a misguided blow.
Right.
Because I tell you, I call 2 things. I want to call it Janet. Maybe me and you didn't see Janet. We were probably didn't born or have just born. I think I was a toddler. So I know what damage Janet has done. But I like in this event, my imprisonment as if it's Janet. The only good thing of it, it has now cleared my path to say it as it is. No more pretenses. Your leadership is not about pretense. Your leadership is about honesty. You have to be honest. If you're honest, people taking your guide, they wouldn't follow you. So I'm not surprised I end up with all these cases now because men realize what's going on. Second matter. Again, the young man involved. And this one is really, you don't need to go to no legal counsel. You don't need to go to no law school. The average child who, even of average learning, would know what went wrong here. Nobody had to tell you what is professional misconduct here. It is blatant. How did it come about? Again, I came involved in the case in the last minute. My friend had this case. He was representing the landlord in this particular case. Judgment has now been given, so I can speak about the case. The judgment was given on the 18th of September 2025. We're going to come to that in a minute.
Okay.
So he's representing the landlord. The tenant is somebody who want to get the landlord place rented. Tenants and them happen to be people who are well endowed, lot of money. Some people say they're millionaires. What happened? My goodly friend, while representing the landlord, prepared a lease, a commercial lease, not an ordinary lease, a commercial lease. A commercial lease has to do with obligations and rights. If rights are broken, there are certain remedies that you're entitled to. This lease was prepared by my friend. I come into the picture as a result of the conditions in the lease. What did the lease say? He prepared this lease on the instructions of the landlord. I could probably even give you a little peep of what the landlord was saying. The landlord says everything about the lease. Because that's how the case came about. She said, I gave instructions to my lawyer to prepare a lease for me. And in so doing, I tell him what I want in the lease. The lease was agreed to. The lawyer representing me gone on his own and putting thumbs in the lease. And you probably have to read it because I can't hide that one. This one had to know. This lease that he prepared, simply put, I circle it in green for other purposes, not because I NNP. I circle it. Here what he say. The landlord also agrees to allow the two directors of the tenant with one vehicle, one free monthly return trip between Grenada and Carriacou on the said boat, call it motor vessel, and to do so for the duration of the lease agreement.
Wow.
You know how long the lease agreement is? 10 years.
So that part that you just read there, he did that on his own, right?
He did that on his own because that's how I get the case.
Okay.
The lady went and take so-and-so file to use some choice words and called me into the picture. Come, boy, come and see if you could help me. I said, but this is not about help, you know. This is about rights. Are you entitled to have legal representation? Yes, the answer is yes. But I know what's the problem, you know. After I take the file, what did he do? He go and representing the tenant.
Oh.
Can you believe that?
Hold on. So he moved from the landlord?
Yes, and he did the tenant back. You want to talk about professional misconduct and who laughing and who crying? My friend, this thing is scandalous at the highest. And I ain't stopping now because I tell you the move that they make with the jail me. I am talking about what is to come.
Yeah.
I clearing my path.
So you see, in other words, you're seeing people who are a little more eligible for the imprisonment than you.
Yes. Well, he should just go for himself. Nobody had to tell him that. On his own motion. Just so kill.
Yeah.
This is the context. And the audacity is this. I call, I say, boss, nah. So I wrote him. And he replied, Your letter to us of the 4th of February refers. That's all I want to talk shoot me. They talk big talk refers. On or about 5th February 2019, we did inform you that our client was no longer interested in securing a lease of your client's premises. And this was in light of the radical departure from the negotiated agreed lease. But how you could depart? You the one making the lease for your landlord, and you're departing from departure. Departure what? Who you departing from? You have to be on her side. Because you could only carry out the instruction that she gave you. You can unilaterally just go on your own. We call it a voyage of discovery to do what you want. Will you hear that? And I, in my good self, write you nice. Trying to see if I could ease up the tension. Let me do the thing good. All of us is cool. And as you know, come in and say, I know if you didn't know that all the time. That you made formal. We now confirm the above in writing that they want to walk again. But you cannot, in the wildest dream, go and act for the tenant. I ain't with the bombshell yet. So that gone. Mm-hmm. Yeah? Where we know? I pursue in the case. Carrying on the case. Because I see, boy, no, this lady is entitled to she remedy. A wrong has been done. Whether he hide it enough, he who hides the wrong he does, he did the wrong thing already. He did it already. We can't change that now. How are you going to change it? That is said. We come in now to the applications. Because when the landlord decides, well, I had to go now forcefully otherwise with a new lawyer, he now jumped ship and gone with the tenants. You say, well, no, something wrong here. So the matter going on, the matter reach the court now. And trial, because the trial bundle is what I'm reading from here. Trial going on. The court summoned the gentleman, and I could read it because I didn't want to say I'm making up anything. First, number one order. A summons is to be issued to Mr. Nigel Stewart to attend at the trial on the 24th of July 2023 to give evidence in relation to the matter in dispute between the parties. First, I tell the judge we're going on. The judge said, you're serious. I said, yes, judge. You ain't here for nothing else. If all you want to enforce the presence, oh, yeah, enforce the presence, I said, all you. But I had to do my duty. They summoned the man. You know the man ain't come? I know the fella bigger than the law. And I know he come because I'll tell you why. We have a procedure in the court let us know. Second order. Upon the court being entitled and satisfied that the evidence of Nigel Stewart would assist the court in dealing with this matter justly, leave is granted for the parties to issue a witness summons to Mr. Nigel Stewart, attorney at law of Hillsborough in the island of Carriacou, to appear and give evidence before the Honorable Court on the 24th of July. You ain't come again. You ever hear court issuing summons and man turning it? The first thing that happening to you, that draconian thing called bench warrant, wherever you do, they pick you back that up and bring you inside. Yeah? So third thing happened, nothing. What next happened? Yeah? They tell him again, this time on the 12th of May, you are summoned to attend the court at so-and-so building to answer certain charges. Now, this is a bombshell. There may well be cases, and I ain't saying that it may not have applied in this case, but it couldn't apply because there is something called what is affidavit of service. Gentleman called Anthony Joseph of Canteen. He says, I did on Friday the 19th of May, 2023, at approximately 1:06 p.m., served personally on Mr. Nigel Stewart at Lucas Street in the town of St. George in the state of Grenada with the witness summons dated the 12th of May and filed on the 11th of May. that at the date of service of the aforesaid document, they appeared to me to have been regularly issued out of the registry of the Supreme Court. And against the above named defendant at the suit of the claimant. That I was able to identify this gentleman when I called him by name, and he answered. That I make this oath conscientiously believing it to be true. This is the document that a court, particularly a judge, has as his trump card. This document trumps every other thing. Whether he get it or not, he ain't get it. The process server is saying, me serve him. So he can't come and say and get it. Because the mode and manner of how he was served is spelled out in the affidavit. He's still income. Huh? What does that tell you? He's still income. So we don't know now why he ain't coming. So I gone now and decide, boy, I ain't touching them thing. There's something here in this matter besides the pestle. I don't know what it is, but I leave it let it go. I leave it let it go. All I was concerned about is justice for my client. I was very concerned that she gets her day in court. So we decided to go. First thing that happened, the tenants and them are now called fugitive from justice. They run away. They run from the jurisdiction. First lawyer he had, run. Second lawyer he had, run. So I was left standing on the burning deck, waiting for judgment. And judgment did come. I'll read it to you. It is declared, and this is the order of the court, dated the 18th day of September. As I tell you, this is not more about dishonesty. You don't have, if something is honest, you can defend it. You can defend what is honest, that is all. I have no defense to give. This is not about going and make up story and try to implicate people and malign the name and see what happened and didn't happen. Judgment of the court. The defendant having failed to comply with the unless order made by the court on the 12th of June, 2025. Accordingly, the court, acting under its dual rules, strike out every spurious application that the defendant has made to say that they defend in the case. I dare say that they didn't put in a defense to the liability because the claim was structured with certain damages that were done to the building. If you want to sign a lease, for Christ's sake, don't go and tell the tenants to go and stand to walk in the building and the lease is signed. How are you doing that? With whose authority are you doing that? And that is what happened in this case. The tenants, whether they have plenty of money or otherwise, they started to destroy the building because they had to put it in a particular position for it to satisfy the needs. Because I think they wanted to do pizzas, making a pizzeria and what have you. So they destroyed the building from beginning to end. You know what I say? They know who tell them to do that. When they try another defense, they say the gentleman who owned the building was there when they was doing it, so he consented to the digging and the mashing up. Huh? That aside. So they say, go away with that, we're striking out that so-called claim and counterclaim. 2, we know the claimant, and I run fast, is at liberty to go and take judgment in the absence not only of the defendants, but the other application. The application by counsel for the defendant to be removed from the record. So our man get frightened now. First lawyer for him get frightened. Mind you, he duck, He duck when he smell the rat. Because How you come in a courthouse yourself in front of a judge and tell them you acting for the landlord and you acting for the tenant? How you reaching it? You had to take cover so you get lawyers to come and represent him. I would have do that too. Because it's a shame. I would have frightened. And that is why I believe they didn't send for him. But he said, I understand other things. Be that as it may, as I say, I'm going into the commentaries on the case. I'm going into the facts of what happened and can test. I even say, boy, I wonder if I should set up a library in Carriacou where people can come and investigate and inspect to see what they're saying is true. Yeah, we got to do that. Because I wouldn't be surprised when I leave here today. Something else you hear, they got Prime wicked. What? Prime, because the man bring Prime, the Prime come and doing that. I say, well, Prime just start to do that because there is more. There is more. Plenty more. So, legal practitioner, leave. He leave. And the litigants leave. The tenants. So what does that tell you? What did that tell you? We can't afford, man, today pretending. As I say, leadership is not about pretending and going and gallivanting and showing up. It's not that. You honest? Speak the truth. You speak the truth, Kim. And speak it as it is. What more you want? Stop pretending, man. Today must be the day now people understand that this has to stop. And I go into the length and breadth of the entire nation and beyond. People from outside, men calling me to tell me what I want to buy this cherry because this I have Rick, This thing you want men to help you, Rick. I come in and offer my services free because this is not done. It speaks bad for the administration of justice in Grenada. We can't afford to do that. I never. You'll always hear people say, don't tell Primo anything. Okay, just talk it. You just talk, and it's true. Because I have nothing to fear. Because if you don't talk it, it goes under the carpet, and you hide it, but you guilty still. Why go hide me wrong? It's wrong still. You can't change the picture. And final king. I need to point out in this whole issue how the landlord felt, because we had to put the landlord position into the picture. The case is not mine, the case is the landlord case. I get the landlord to come and prepare the document. Yeah, what did the landlord say? In or about the month of February 2019, I was approached by Mr. Nigel Strutt, informing me that owners of the tenants, and they called it name. The name would remain anonymous for now, but presently resided in Harveyville, in Carriacou, were interested in leasing my building as a business enterprise. Situated at Harveyville in Carriacou. The said tenants are for sale, and I had a conversation about renting my building to them for their business purposes. As a result of the conversation, we agreed that a lease agreement will be drawn up by my lawyer. As far as I'm aware, my lawyer did draw up the lease agreement on my behalf, but I had never seen the lease agreement to see whether it was done according to my instructions. Landlord speaking, calling no name, everybody will know who it is now. When the said lease agreement was presented to me, I observed certain clauses in the lease that I had no knowledge of. How you telling your lawyer what to do and you have no knowledge of what he's doing? You ever hear that? She goes on. I observed certain clauses. For example, at no time did I agree that the directors of the tenant with one vehicle will get free monthly return trip between Grenada and Carriacou and the Dalhousie for the duration of the agreement, the lease, 10 years, at no time. Me ain't not making up these things and that. I mean, I'm never good at making up. I didn't tell you that. And you have it in the lease, and you're working for me, and then you go and work for them. Come on, man. Come on. Let me stop this nonsense that's going on and take out. My man say, I'm not a champion, Kim. But what Trump say during the swamp, this time, what we happening here, we enjoying the swamp, we putting more in the swamp. This is more that going in the swamp. They go on and she going on stealing her. Yeah? When I understood that he was the attorney for the other side, no, she started to make. He make it clear. Because you know what happened? I have 166 correspondence between him and the tenant while he was landlord. Lawyer. 166 I counted.
Wow.
Yeah? And I have it here too. I work with it. 166. Can you believe? Correspondence between him and the tenant. How you doing that? Look at it. When you preparing case, 136 a week, 161, 166. I extract it from wherever they're talking. That's how you prepare case and do case. You have to do your case and advise yourself. So when you client come and tell you one thing, you say, well, no, ahead of you. And we were taught, uncle, when you go into a judge, English trained lawyers, you have to know more than the judge. You have to know more than the judge. The judge didn't know I have all this thing. So it's not surprising whether she didn't want him to come and give the evidence. As a matter, I'm making no comment on that. I wanted justice for my client to get justice. She didn't finish. I want to finish. Having retained counsel now, I advise my counsel, President George W. Prime, submitted the draft list to the defendant. I then learned that the defendant refused to sign the list. True. They say they didn't sign it because I said a radical departure from what you do for your tenant. How you gonna be radical departure? What she tell me I putting it on the Senate? You didn't make them sign? She said they say radical departure. Without having signed the said lease agreement, the defendant, without my permission, entered upon my property, took possession of the premises, and purported to conduct certain structural changes causing major damages both to the internal and to the external structure of the building. Damage to floor, damage to tiles, damage to bathroom, damage to demolition of cupboards, damage, all sanitary appliances, everything. When I became aware of what was taking place, I immediately alerted the Carriacou police and asked them, please, to go and throw them men out of the building. Now, this is not a police matter. This is a matter between civilians, civil. But she made a claim that it is damage to property. When it's damage to property, then becomes criminal in content. And so the police was authorized to go there and stop them. Well, they couldn't charge them because they ran away. They are pending charges waiting, maybe. As a result of the huge number of damages caused by the defendant, I was left to a headache of cleaning and chatting and taking away the debris from my premises. Furthermore, these unlawful acts by the defendant had caused me many restless days and sleepless nights, along with a fear of ever having a lease of my property again. As a result of the unlawful acts of these guys, I suffered significant loss and damage and retained the services of 2 independent contractors whose names too shall remain anonymous. and they give her the estimate. And I now tell you, we now have judgment for $101,323 EC. That is the effect of the judgment. And nobody was there to come and say, even lawyers run away from the case. Was the case bad? Even lawyers asked the judge, please judge, I can't take it. My chest can't take this case. Permit me, please. And you can't just come in the court and get on. You hear what I say? I give them leave. The judge gave them leave to withdraw from the case. That is what the effect is. I give them leave to stay away from the case because it is not one that they should do lightly. Now tell me, you find, and I tell you this is just smoke. The other ones are 10 times worse than this. 10 times worse. So I am afraid I can't help it now. I can't be constrained any further. The people who like speak out, the people who have me in their mouths, as I say, are not in their hearts. I mind whether they whether in mouth or whether in heart. You have a duty to do what I do here. If you are a victim or you created any environment, because I'll tell you, I get 4 different cases after this already. Thousands and thousands of people calling me, and I'll tell you I stand that quick now. When some of my brethren come to the prison to see me, some of them politicians, some of them lawyers, they say, what? I want to take you on a truck and go around Grenada and just wait for people because they make you so popular that we want to bring you. I say, no, I ain't coming, don't worry. I ain't like sensation. But that is the effect of what he done. The man make me so popular, and we ain't gone, I ain't talking about the party yet, we ain't gone yet. Of the real constitutional issues. Because only one thing I will tell you about this case. What should have happened, and it is the truth, that I was a couple of days off because this order was really to be paid on the 31st of August. It wasn't paid on the 31st of August. True. But even so, what should have happened and didn't happen, even though the warrant he prepared say it happened, again, honesty. Speak the truth, no man.
Speak it ever.
Yeah. If that happened, I had no voice. But what should have happened, it should be this. They had to say that an order was obtained against Prime for non-payment of $5,000. I mean, I had to be a real, I don't know, Kudumunu or whatever to go willingly to the prison, say, I'm going up in jail for $5,000. All these friends and family and relatives had. But the money was paid even before, no. And the money was paid even before I went up to prison. That aside, as I say, I'm making no comment on that. But this is what should happen. As you have failed to make the payment of $5,000, you are requested to be summoned to appear before me personally and a date to be named to come and be examined on oath as to the means you have since the date that that judgment was made, why you haven't complied to the terms and the order, and also to give reason why we should not commit you to prison. I get committed to prison without even by saying, and the irony, the embarrassment, this is what they wanted to do, really. And they succeeded. They come up in the court. I'm in the middle of a murder case. Yeah? You come in and solve documents which is not right on me inside of the courthouse? Ah, come on, man. They know I ain't fear nothing. Back when man come there and they say, I start to laugh.
Stick up in, but wasn't it the duty of the attending judge to intervene and say, well, that is not allowed to happen?
Yes, it should be. But what had happened is they called me outside. So the judge didn't know what was really happening.
Oh,
The judge was not privy because they called me outside and said, tell us you want to talk to you. And I left and went out. Thereupon, well, as I see, that was the end of Solomon and Grandy. Solomon gone up to the pitch, but when I reach up there, my men know who obviously I interacted with because I defended a number of them, whether it's drugs, whether it's murder, whatever it is, because I mean, I got a lot of those cases. Again, then let's come and tap you. Oh God, boy, keep courage. Can you imagine man telling me come and keep courage? In the heat at the moment. I made some resistance. I say, watch, I ain't going in Jonestown. I said, well, you're not going to Jonestown? I said, nah. I said, well, you have an election. Jonestown is the only part of the prisons that you have 24-hour security. The other part is the remand prison. If you have any propensities to another direction, that's where you have to go. I didn't want them men to set me up at all. Because you know what's happening down there.
Right.
Remand block is Peckamel. Man line up just waiting. So that is the end of this matter.
That's what's called.
For now. And it has not ended because, as I say, it is continuing. And I can't speak reluctantly on any of the other issues that is rampant. But I would come again for the other 6 in due course. And I think the public have a duty to know. I ain't coming to malign anybody. I come in to give an account, accurate, full, and honest account of the conduct of what you want to call sacrosanct and sacred. If that is the case, then I think time up for me to go.
I am touched by the fact that if though you were at the point in time where they asked you to come outside, but you were attending
court, that's right. And all of them know that. And in fact, when I wanted to publish that article, they said, don't let your damages get little. No, make it go down. Leave it there. Because that is quite apart from exemplary. It is aggravating. They're aggravating you. You can wait.
But let me just get something clear though. You mentioned the affidavit of service, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Which was not done, right? That you weren't aware of.
No, but not aware of it was not done because there was no sitting.
Right, okay.
In the context in which it should have been done, there was no hearing. I didn't get a hearing.
Yes.
There was no hearing.
Not given an opportunity to show, give his reason.
Right, yes.
In other words,
why it was
good. Yes. Let me make a distinction.
Yeah.
You don't go to prison because you don't have money. You go to prison if you disobey an order of the court. Because when you come out, you still have to pay the debt.
Yes.
So you don't go in, if you go into prison, then you purge your thing because the debt remains. What they're bringing you there for is, well, they could tell you to pay it by the 31st of August and you didn't pay it. You're going up for that. But you can't go up for that unless they bring you and show cause and serve you within the that means make it the due process.
Right, makes sense.
Because the Constitution, Section 3 of the Constitution, and they could go and check it, says you can deprive a man of his personal liberties unless certain conditions are satisfied. You have to satisfy certain conditions before you make a man go to jail. I was saying to Uncle you a little earlier today, what I always remember, one of the famous English judges, Lord Denning, if there are lawyers listening, Lord Denning said, when you send a man to jail under a nameless warrant. In my case, no warrant at all. In that case, they didn't have a name on it. Mine, no warrant at all. You are doing conduct which is tantamount to Spanish Inquisition. You ever hear that, Keith?
That one is new to me.
That's new to you because it's draconian. That is a draconian thing to do. You can't just take up a man off the street and tell him what you don't pay money here, you have to go. Any ordinary person, you can do that. Because the law has certain due processes. That is what you call, gay abandon. Man doing what they want.
So, help me here in this situation. The people who came and called you aside and saying, well, you know, for whatever reason, and they're doing what they've done, don't they too know that the process was incomplete?
Yes, they do. They knew.
They knew that?
They knew. Because when I was released, the same chap who came to me, the driver of the van, say he called him and decided to say, but you know, what we was doing was wrong.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
No.
And even in fact they didn't do it, they couldn't be punished for it because nobody could afford push you to do something
precisely.
Something
Them fella knew. I didn't know they knew at the time because I was resisting. The minute I say, well, let me see this document. Is a resist because you didn't go willingly. Yeah. I didn't go with them. I said, no, let me see this. Who sent you here? Yes.
There has to be some concoction on somebody's part.
Oh, to
do this.
Concoction is a conspiracy of all sorts.
Hold breaks.
And really, to put the icing on the cake, the man came and said how sorry he was. He apologized. Well, I wouldn't tell you what to tell him, King.
No,
guess.
No.
And listeners could guess what to tell him. All I didn't use is the biblical part. Man, depart from me.
Go ye forth.
I use that. I didn't do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is the real length and breadth. And as I say, I want to use the next 7 weeks to go down simply, honestly, and as a right to outline this type of conduct. You're not in the fear. Because you choose. Speak it ever.
Well, I know you're going to be getting a lot of calls because I received a call from a friend of mine, who was relating a story, that didn't seem right based on what he was saying to me, as the dealings with that individual. So, I know that must have reached you as well, too. Yeah. So you have a lot of work on your hands, too. Yeah. You have a lot of work on your hands, too.
Yeah, you better believe that.
Yeah, because when I heard the story, I said, what? Really? And then they said to me, yes, this is a story. And I think they must have contacted you. But you're not ready to get into that.
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
I'm his attorney today.
Yeah.
I'm up to that council today.
So Leo is the attorney.
Yes, we want to prejudice the situation.
The only rider to that is that we swear an oath, particularly those that had the privilege of studying in England. They say, no matter how grave the matter may be, no matter how rascal the defendant may be, no matter how undeserving his cause, you win a Captain Mac for hire. You have to take the kid. Because you take out an oath of allegiance. These are mere allegations. When you have these allegations, the test for the prosecution is to prove it. If you can't prove it, our law says the man had to walk.
Yeah.
You have to prove it. So I can't be pretending and taking, in other words, how I call it, you're picking, cherry picking. No, you can cherry pick, man, and say this one going to the four, and this one is good, and this one ain't going. Where you going, man? You can cherry pick in this thing, all man.
Yeah.
That's the difficulty. And the masses must know, because at the end of the day, judges and lawyers can do and say what they want. They can do, even within the citadel and comfort of the chambers. You have to have checks and balances. Who is checking on you? The public opinion, the court of public opinion.
Yeah.
It's going to pull you into line. You hear the song that Sparrow sing, I only now understand what he meant. 10-1 is murder. Sparrow win a whole trial. Long before the trial take place. Because he take it to the media.
Right.
And they come now with the thing, Sparrow say 10-1 is murder. You can't kill a man now. No, they can go nowhere because the public has already said, all you mess up.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because as you said in the beginning, representation of the landlord, and then you switch to the tenant.
That's fatal.
Right, yeah. I remember years ago. Listen,
you need to go to know.
Listen,
you have to go law school for that.
Yeah, but listen. I remember years ago, a lawyer, was representing me. Something is passed on now, but he represented me. And when I realized that you were representing the landlord as well, I confronted him and said, listen.
Stop calling me Fresh Up. Yeah.
Well,
I won't have you up.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, because in the case like that, there's some dispute. I mean, who are going to defend?
Oh wow!
But that's what caused the real problem in this case.
Yeah,
because they summoned him on 3 occasions. Hey man, come and say how you managed to do this kind of thing.
You can't show up.
Well, you going to show up?
You can't show up.
What? I mean, one may well ask, no, but in the context of my situation, I even there, you pick me up and bring me in jail. I'm disobeying. No judge or anything. This is high ranking thing to be doing, man.
So
you turn up.
But in a case like that, what steps could you take, as a, in your situation there, where this thing was done? Should I use the word illegally?
Yes, man. Well, this is why I tell you the steps is already taken, so I can talk about it.
Yeah. Okay.
That is why. Right, but I rest assured,
yeah,
major steps have already been taken. Matters have already gone to the relevant authorities. And I mean, I can say this much. We give them an opportunity to settle. Tell us how you want to settle this thing without recourse to the court.
Right.
If you settle.
Okay, we go live it there.
We go live it there. Yeah. But I'll tell you, the comparative awards that are granted in cases where you meddle with man's civil liberties and personal freedoms are humongous.
Wow.
Overwhelming.
That means you
only
defend 5,000.
Yeah, you only defending the man's reputation. The among well, I mean, all you know what the outside is.
Yeah.
When them fellas came to the prison, the Supreme must stay inside. No come out because crucify them people, crucify in your day, you may be safer inside.
Yeah.
Don't come out. That's one aspect. Then you're talking about exemplary to deal with man conduct. You're thinking about contemptuous. Because this have malicious in it. That's malice.
That was trying to
malicious.
What's causing this vendetta,
Because
when
the thing came, they say, my man went and said, no, he tried to get me. I see it in the papers. He called me and I give him attitude.
I saw that.
You find that makes sense and fit me?
Yeah.
Already in the bucket. Right. If a man, baby,
a long time ahead.
Yeah,
I remember the bucket. Oh God.
So I'll go on the plane, heavy, and around, and you be trying to help me. That makes sense. Maybe to him, But that is far from the truth.
Well, you see,
very, very far.
When that gets hits John Public, when it hits John Public, some excuses have to be made.
Yeah. Naturally. That's the
to
only
take
way.
away some of the.
The only way you could reconcile that.
Yeah, right.
Two
Yeah.
things. Yes. Really. No, Kim. I'll tell you, I can't say the steps that are taken, but substantial steps have already been taken. The man came while the steps were there with prominent people. The man appeared. He appeared in there and said, well, you're the countryman because they know we carry coins only when.
Matters like that. And they were very clear and not only...
Carry coin for money.
3 attorneys, all from this style.
Yes.
Yeah.
3, yeah? So this vendetta overlooked all the other possibilities that would come out of it.
Precisely. Eh?
Yeah.
And you go on to the other man and say, well, please, can you come and tell me the man down on his knees begging? I decided one, I wouldn't shake your hand, but I don't know, the feeling was not to do. I did shake the hand.
Yeah.
I did. I had to admit I did. I shook his hand. But the rest that came out was like a Spanish judge.
Remind me of the footballer they kill in Colombia. You know, trial in court.
No, right. I just step in.
Yeah.
Wow. What came out as a Spanish judge? Yeah, I mean, I could only take limited as human. And all the gallery all over the place.
But what I suspect is that this apology or this mea culpa would not have been forthcoming if it was the other way around.
Yes.
If what the vendetta was all about was completed.
Yes.
You couple smoking pipe.
Well, what do you mean?
Well,
you see that can stand up in apology way. If you get millions of apologies, you're dead. And that was the intention. You know?
But I mean, like if you look at it, I mean, what I'm just thinking, what could have caused that? I mean, this sort of a. I don't know.
I think it's a pile-up thing. I always make the point, particularly to him. I say, politics may be your master. My master is the law. I don't go down political platform and sacrifice my soul and being on the altar of expediency or convenience. I don't do that. When I stand for something, I believe in it. I defend it. I must be able to say it at all times. If you're saying you want to see human rights address, you can come and say something
when I see
else.
Kim, I see a little commercial in the act, There's a little advertisement, a little bit of ego there. So I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm going to complete what I want to do, and at the same time, putting me under a strategy,
Right, yeah.
It's who I am, and it was a possibility, as long as I'm in the matter. So, when that, does this tantamount to the kick?
But it's unfortunate, though, when we have this kind of things taking place, especially among your own countrymen, too.
That is the bad part of this.
Yeah.
Get a kick from a dinosaur. What a turnaround.
But not only that, we were supposed to be. They say lawyers operate like a lodge.
Yes. They
train you, not necessarily to conceal, but there is a certain integrity that should go. Better to start saying dishonorable men rather than honorable.
You talk about the way lawyers operate, Again, and let me just do quickly.
Making sense, but they're talking.
Yeah, but hold on. I had an experience, years ago again, with a situation with a lawyer, and I took the case to another lawyer to bring it, get justice, and it went on for a while. They communicated. I didn't know what was going on until finally my legal representative, my lawyer, said to me, "Listen, I can't go further with this."
I can't hurt my boy.
Yeah, he's like a brother in the profession. If I want to step forward against him, what's going to happen to him?
Yes.
He'll destroy his future from now until, So I just looked at him and I said to myself, well, it doesn't make sense going further because I'm not going to get anybody to. So I had to just kill it right there.
Let me City Hall. You can't beat them. You can't fight City Hall.
So again, that's another example I'm just drawing there.
No. You're
say-
bang on target because
Yeah.
I mean these things happen all the time.
Right here, you know.
Yeah.
But in the case with you, really, you know, I mean, this is basically like a slam dunk.
Yeah.
But
This is the issue.
that is one of the things about Carrick that has changed so drastically. That, you know, that Kakabawi for Kakabawi.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
That would not have happened in years gone by. We would have tried our very best to see how we could get an end to what the situation is.
Whatever, we have to get that far.
No,
Yeah.
we're living in the upside down
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
and that's why I say I
And then
cannot.
look at the repercussions right now. You know, it ain't done yet. Just that.
Yeah, and that is the point I was trying to convey, you know. That Matthew 25 should be made a living document. If it is made a living document, all that we're saying here fall well within the ambit.
Right.
You give your brother water, man hungry, and you're in prison, you go and visit. In other words, that is the whole precept of that doctrine. Tell you to be a brother's keeper.
Right.
And this done.
Yes.
Yeah. And it took me a little while before I reached this level, you know, because I've been taking a lot too.
Yeah.
I keep saying, nah.
Yeah.
Writing and checking and see. And now, how you could do this thing now?
Yeah, that's the constitution from God.
This is a thing to do. Yeah. But the time reached now. I'm glad I had to clear my path, and it will be cleared. Not in the way Janet doing. In the way the 22nd, because that thing happened on the 22nd of September.
Janet anniversary?
Yeah, anniversary, the thing happened, you know, they were hurricane.
That were using
Them language, yes.
Yeah. Janet.
22nd of September is a rough time. Jill.
Happy birthday to you, boy.
So,
okay. Well,
so we have more to come.
Okay, so this is what? Part one?
Part one.
But
Okay.
you're not departing town immediately, though.
No. Here for a little couple of days.
Yeah, we have some things too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the same situation, but I'm still so passionate about what has to happen to Carrico.
Okay.
All right. After all this time, I can't give up on it.
All right. Okay.
Also, thank you for coming. Thank you for explaining, and thank you for making a point.
Okay.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, or those of you locking down to Vibes FM and the program, and you've just been listening to Tony Atlaw, George Prime there, and his story. And want to remind again that whatever views are expressed on this program, those of our guests and not the radio station. Okay, so we treat them as unconfirmed until
unsubstantiated.
As we sometimes would say, you know, we don't have any facts to substantiate the claims.
Yeah. No, these are the versions of the person who's speaking.
Who's right. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, gentlemen. Back to your car. You sat down there. You listened. You were taking everything in.
Yeah. I no, but I learned, and I'm learning day by day that a good listener.
Yes, man.
Good listener. Even though I have doubts in my head when I hear some things, I still listen because it would help. It will help in the understanding, and that is what it's about.
Yeah, it's so important to listen.
They say that's why God give you more ears than mouth.
But no, it is interesting. It is interesting to learn.
This life is fascinating, you know. It's fascinating.
It's. I mean, is it law that we practicing, or is it love? I use that word. What is?
All right. Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying that we practice in law and we practice in love. Now, is it a case where we stick to the law and forget to be a human being? That's why I mean by love. You know, come on. I mean, yeah. Are we going to ignore and look at what
No, but
he read there. But you read there. Yeah? I was hungry and you didn't feed me.
But no, the only thing, you see, you could stick to law and be a human being. The only thing about the law is that the people in authority, in some instances, expect you to live by the law that you know nothing about.
Yeah.
So you can't. That is not something that you want to do. Then they tell you ignorance is no excuse for the law.
Yes.
Yeah. So they want to punish you in your ignorance. How could you do that? Mm-mm.
Relationships is so important, and I think
what is too active nowadays is that there was a time I think people used to use the law to protect the innocent, but nowadays they're using the law to exploit the guilty, and that to me is an insult and offense. We have too many the wrong things being practiced by those who should know better. And that's why I'm saying I wonder if the Carol way of referring to the profession isn't the right way. Because again, when you do something wrong in Carol, they want to get the liar for you, not the lawyer.
The liar.
To the liar. So I know if that's what's happening here. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's just something that's amazing, eh? So we have to, at some point in time, deal with situations of the nature. Dr. Pett is in the house. Let me say hi, Dr. Pett. What's up?
Good afternoon to General Koy and Solio and Dr. Kim.
Just say Kim the King. That's enough.
Give you applause.
I didn't get doctorate.
We have to give you the applause before you did. I've been listening to the program religiously, and they make me laugh. Because I think lawyers should really, and I'm speaking from a medical point of view. You will come together if you're having a problem, like a vet, and you'll come and talk to one another and say, well, sorry, so and so is the problem. I've been hearing this. You made an error, and try to talk it out and try to get together instead of bring it out to the public and having a man sent down to Jonestown for 3 days a liar. That's embarrassing. I see it very hard on Prime, because remember, there are a lot of people who may be against you. Probably you are sending them to prison one way or the other, and then they see you in the prison now, and then they start to laugh at you.
But not only laughing, I saw this, and I know back in the US, I sometimes when high people in positions, have to go to prison, they have to go to a special prison. Because there might be people in there that they would meet and they must have had some dealings with before, which makes it maybe dangerous.
Well, that's the point I'm making. Sometimes you had cases and the person went to jail because of,
because of your professional.
Your profession,
yeah.
And then they might have something against you. So putting you together with this person, these people is very dangerous. And it spoils your reputation too. The stain is always there. Whether you come on the radio, whether you talk, you don't talk, the stain is always there. And that's the problem, Kim.
But you know what I can hear from what Mr. Prime is saying? That code of silence that is broken was done by someone who's living in a glass house.
So you're still throwing stones?
You can't do that. Precisely. So with your closet so laden with skeletons, what are you opening somebody else door for?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting from Mr. Prime, what I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, that was, you're good for yourself. You should be the last to do that. That makes it even worse.
But what was the reason and objective for saying sorry? Think about it in a wide context. Okay, so something has happened. It has happened. But you come in now afterward and say you're sorry.
When you realize you mess up.
But you see John Public. That's a fourth. People out there, what they say, what they think, and how they accept it makes a difference.
You see, Mr. Koy, what is here, I guess there's a realization of what could come my way if that person who acted against me, if I would act the same thing to me.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah, and it mightn't be so sweet. So
so you take in front.
You take in front.
But it's how people will think. because you're a lawyer, and then that's how you make your living. And then you end up in this problem, whether it's true or not. People will look at you differently. They will look at you differently, regardless of what you think.
But until they get to know the story and the truth.
But how many people listen to Vibes? A lot of people listen to Vibes. But what are the people who do not listen to Vibes FM and they have that concept?
But whether you listen or you didn't listen, John Public will tell you, make you know what transpired to, So in other words, now you're not staying in the dark because conversations always out there, back and forth, either which way. So, this is something that we can't get away from because before, like for instance, in the case of the attorney at law, George Prime, right? Before he was picked up to be sent to prison, I got it a long time, before he get inside of there, and there's people out there that send his messages back and forth. So, there's no secrets now, especially with technology. So, like you're saying, whatever stories come out on either side, whatever, there'll be conversations going around. And we'll be able to detect or hear the truth from the non-truth. Yeah.
Well, what's about the people who always go around with the negative?
There are certain things you can stop. If you want to be negative, it's not me that be negative. You, as an individual, is negative, and then negativity has its consequences. You think in a different way. You behave always behaving negative. I mean, that's a character trait. But so if you want to stay negative and be negative and just see everything negative, it will affect you. You want to practice in it.
Yo, let me tell you something. Measure twice, cut once. Think about the consequences before you effect. So when you go and you jump on a high horse, and I think there's a bit of ego that I want to teach him a lesson, forgetting that you could be taught. And when you taught your lesson, sometimes maybe like old coach used to say, it might be some different Antico, the sums go be harder.
Yeah.
The sums.
You watch yourself.
The sums, yeah. But I think it calls it's a wake-up call for all of us to understand our humanity and the value of each other. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we have mistakes and errors and so on. But I think we should immerse ourselves in the understanding. Just try not to go overboard and say things that you might regret in time to come. But I'm generally calling for us to open ourselves to each other, and try to learn and understand these basic things.
But Koy, again, the people that will believe, is it the minority or the majority will believe what they hear about the attorney at law? And that's the problem. So you have to come on the radio and you really have to explain to them, and that is the difficult part of it.
Well, no matter how much you come on radio, there will always be. No matter how much articles you write in newspapers, go on podcasts and explain yourself, there will always be people. As a matter of fact, I was looking at the comments in the in the chat, and somebody says, what are you saying there? He is explaining himself, and the casting doubts already in the mind. So no matter what you do, there are always those who would behave in that kind of way. And my thinking right now is, let's behave better than that.
I wonder if that is what you were saying, if it's the legalese that you're having a problem with.
I believe what you just saying so the other day,
Yeah.
I believe that part there, because somebody even mentioned to me just a while ago there, that the reason they believe the apology was done because he saw fire coming.
Yes.
So it couldn't be a genuine apology. He could be trying to see if he could throw water.
Precisely what is to come.
What is to come.
That is why I'm saying before you go and just get in a hot manner and do what you're doing to somebody else, the repercussion could be worse for you. So you have to think twice before you answer. According to Brooke Benton.
Yeah. As you just mentioned there, measure twice and cut once.
Yeah. Of course. You want to make a mistake again. My life has its stories and its stories, you can be guided by. start a fight and you then your opponent happens to be stronger than you. Your consequences are so sweet, you know.
No.
It's something else. Eh?
Anyway,
you have to consider.
Let me open up the lines again. 403-0101. 403-0101. 443-0101. 443-0101 and 458-1914. 458-1914. The lines are open if you want to call and join the conversation, as you always do on Speak Out Unfiltered, okay? And like I say, Dr. Petty is in the house now, you know. And you're part of the conversation as well, too, right?
Yes, I am. I've been listening religiously while I was walking.
Okay, right. And you always listen anyway.
Always. Like I kind of came like as a zebra peck. Or black sage tea.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know. But you see, and I'm led to believe that some of Mr. Prime's colleagues might not be too happy, because to a certain extent, a lot of things that are happening in court and is unfair like hell was divulged today, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah.
Afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon to all the compers and then
No, the attorneys at law.
Counsel,
all the
IT counsel.
compers. What I will have to say today, just a couple of words I have to say today, the situation with the comrade. The damage has already done. That's all I will say.
Yeah.
But what I really want to call to say is that one of the opposition leader, and I have to say it like that because we have more than one opposition leader. Right?
So true.
The female version of the opposition leader, let me say it like that. The female side of the opposition leader made some statement. And I was like, why is she behaving like that? And why is she saying that? But then I listened to a YouTube, Facebook guy. He's from Grenada. Just call him Gambi. And if you ever see him or hear him. And when after he said what he had to say, I think twice. I say, what he's saying, they make sense. Because even though the comrade prime minister went to Venezuela, which he didn't, we all know he didn't, but even though he did, to broker peace with Venezuela and America. Yeah, as the guy was saying, and I agree, I understand what he's saying, and I changed my thought of it. All I was seeing is that why is she lying? But you being a Christian and a man go to broker peace, then you should be all for that, because if you're a Christian, the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. Yeah, for they shall be called the children of God.
Yeah.
But you, as a child of God, get to coming down on a man that's trying to make peace. When the guy said that, he crossed my mind. I say, but he's right. He's so right. But we all know it's a blatant lie she tried to cook up.
But
try to make the PM look bad. But it turned around and beat her. So be careful, little tongue, what you say, right?
Yes, I suppose.
Because
and be careful, little ears too, what you hear.
What you hear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And finish it no corridor. There's a father up above and he's looking down with love. You remember that part?
Yes, I remember that part. Looking down with us on love. Yes, in love.
Yeah, there's a father up above and he's looking down with love.
But caller, just before I wanted to ask you a while, you're talking about our prime minister going to Venezuela. Did you see a photo that was posted about him shaking the hand of Maduro?
No, I didn't see. Didn't see that.
They generated a photo. Whoever IA or AI, and I know, and posted it. So I guess they are saying to us, you see. We didn't lie.
Yeah, they're trying to see that. They're trying to see that. But we all know it's a lie.
But I think
as the gentleman, the YouTuber said, if it's true, then that's good because then if he get a broker peace between Venezuela and the US, he could get a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yes, because there are a lot of people who fighting for it now and saying that
yes,
the qualification is peace. The end was.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the story, whether it's true or false. He has no wrong in it.
Right.
But we all know it's not true. But even though they try to claim is that there's nothing wrong with broker and peace. People just get Nobel Peace Prize for that.
Yeah.
For broker and peace, for promoting peace.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what they was thinking when they were saying about to me. In my opinion, it backfired.
Well, it did backfire, but the thing about it, what I believe they were trying to say is that he's ignoring
things that are more important.
Things that are more important. Rather than
what? I heard that part too, but he's not the minister of fisheries. The minister, they have people to handle that.
Yeah, but they're very empty. The thing about it, they're very empty now.
I know.
There's nothing we could really say. So
what my grandmother used to say, when you're in the ocean drowning, you grab that straw.
Anything.
So they're grabbing that straw right now. They're grabbing that straw.
Yeah.
Because they realize they're drowning.
And one of the problems is too that the leader of the opposition realized now that they're not the leader of the opposition. Hold on. Let me rephrase it again. The leader of the opposition realized that she is not the leader of the opposition. And it's out there now. The chairman of the party is still, in a higher position rather than the leader of the position of the opposition or the leader of the party. So it's very confusing right now to be in a situation like that because you are not the feature. You don't have the say, but they're telling you have the say.
But but I know if you could remember. When somebody was looking to sue the finance minister, what he did when he was finance minister?
No, I don't recall. What you had to get that.
He gave up the post to Anthony Wilson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I sure could remember that.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yes, I would remember that when he gave that was the only time Anthony Wilson became Prime Minister of Finance because there was threatened to sue the finance minister on some matter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't aware of that. Okay.
So he's a coward.
Okay.
He is a coward.
Okay.
So he gives up the opposition leader because he realizes the ship is sinking. So when the ship sink, he would take responsibility for the sinking of the ship because he wasn't the captain.
You're right. Okay. So no questions asked. Okay. All right.
Anyway, guys, I tried to have my lunch. I only have an hour, so I tried to eat. We go talk. We start listening.
Okay then. All right. Let me take another call there. Vibes FM caller, you on? Caller. Yes, caller. Go ahead. Yes.
Franklin, good day to you, son. Nice hearing your voice. Yeah, concerning the lady this morning with her
construction.
Yeah.
I think the only way that could solve is through the coping. I listen to all the comments from she and you. I sent a message for you. I don't know.
I just saw the message. Yeah.
Right, good. This is where the problem could be solved. Now there's something called a gentleman understanding. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think in the 80s, the 90s, that was accepted in court. We make a verbal agreement.
Yeah.
Right, that is called a gentleman understanding. We do that in trade union and the work sector and anything. I think based on what she's saying, she has a case. Now, in construction, if you go to the bank, a credit union to take a loan to do a building, they give you, after having the loan approved, they give you in phases, okay?
Yeah.
Condition of work, right? And before you get in next phase that you're applying for, they normally send somebody to evaluate what has been done.
Mm-hmm.
So they're keeping the money in check. And as far as I see what she was saying there, the money was sufficient to complete the project, and it didn't happen. So which means the builder or the contractor have to answer to that. And there's a lot of builders that play with fool with people money. How they call it sharp practice. They want more than what they're supposed to. After they come to an agreement, where we are living now, you have a house that started years ago. And the guy was overseas and he's sending money for a builder to his friend to build his house. And when the guy came back, he didn't get a house. He get mad instead. And if you see what is there, when I had $10,000 just to build a shed, and let me tell all these crooked guys and them do. They put it on paper for you how much it's gonna cost to build a shed on your premises so that they could store cement and blah blah blah, blah whatever. Now that material to build the shed, they're not going and buy it, you know. It's a shed they break it from another project that complete and bring it. And that's what they do. Every money was sufficient to start and finish the project because that, as far as I understand, that was the understanding. So how come now the project ceased from completion and there is no money? The court is where that have to go and she should get a lawyer.
Caller?
Yeah.
Caller, verbal agreement, your word against my word. So, and you know, in them situation, yeah, I hear you. It must be in writing. Eh? So, when you say, well, we had that arrangement, and one person saying that's what we said, and the other person saying that is not what we said, how could the court adjudicate that properly?
The only thing I see there that had some merit, you know, maybe, is that something was written there, but there was no signature. But there was no signature, though.
I didn't get that.
Yes, there was no signature.
Yeah, she said so.
Yeah.
See, let me tell you something. Eh? I don't like when people do evil against others. Eh?
I hear you loud and clear. Neither do I.
But you see why purposeful justice does always come into play. If you understand what is purposeful justice.
Yes. Take the law in the hand, as I say.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, come on. People must be honest. I hear with some of the buildings in Carriacou, you know, the people who were rebuilding the home or fixing whatever, how contractors want to run racket to them. And them kind of thing. I heard some of them make comment on your program concerning that.
Yeah.
As well, highway robbery. So something must be done to that.
Well, you see what you
go ahead.
What you just said, the Carriacou is Ivy League. Carriacou is a university for that kind of behavior. But in most instances, some people must understand by now, communication and clear vision as what you're proposing, what you want, what you're going to be doing, specifications. What she was given in writing is what she ought to get, what she ought to procure, you know, the stuff for the set and that. But how that is just one aspect of it. Construction is so complicated that we treat it lightly, especially building something as a house, which is quite expensive. We have to, and if you don't know, before you jump, check the depth of the water.
Well, I think what happened there,
what
happened, that is about communication. The woman trusted the guy because he was with a family member, but you cannot trust anybody where money is concerned. It could be who. You have to have your thing in writing.
But yeah. Don't say that. I understand that. That's why she got into the situation.
Yes.
There, but we're looking at now what could be done.
Well,
because we have gone past that now.
To me, as Solio said, without a proper document, without anything written, it's very difficult to get back any money or continue the building. She just had to hope and pray that the guy is sorry for her, because that happened in Carriacou. I have a friend, I wouldn't call her name, in Brunswick, probably Solio, you know about that. She borrows money from the bank. The government gave her some material. The guy came, good family, her husband family from Grenada. She gave him her vehicle, used the vehicle, and the house haven't completed yet in Brunswick. take all the money every time you ask them for 10,000 or 15,000, and the house is incomplete. The government now is helping her finish the house, and she had to go back to the bank. No papers. She went back to the bank to get some more money, and the house is. I went there this morning, almost completed. Same scenario. Family, her husband, family from Sotes, and the guy, they didn't know the guy was a crook, because what happened? They used burial as a stepping stone to feel Carriacou people stupid as usual. Come up in Carriacou and con people. Because you're desperate and you want to build. Desperation. You understand?
Yes.
And the guy wanted all the lady money?
Yeah, but caller, yes. Yeah, go ahead, caller. Yeah.
For me, if I have to build a house today, I build in my house through my financial institution.
Well,
Even if I have the money cash on my account, my financial account, I go into them because when they have contractors, they just give work to do. Whether you live in abroad or wherever, and you ask them to build for you, you send the plan, everything, blah blah blah. They have some contractors, they have valuators. Even the NIS have that. Okay, so nobody can run no scheme they know.
All right.
Because if the foundation, if for instance, if it was $100 to build the house, the valuators come up with that, good. They say, well, $25 to do foundation. Foundation is up to what they call in the decking, the flooring. Yeah? Then you get another portion, whatever it's going to cost, to go up with the blocks on the side, and then blah, blah, roof, and the finishing up. So at the end of the day, $100 is well paid. That's what I know, because when I was building my house, I can remember when the first set of money came, and the foundation finished, I had to go back to apply for based on what the builder told me. The institution sent a guy.
Yeah, they do inspection. Yeah.
Exactly, that's the correct word. Inspection. And then he approved of it. And he came back a second time. Okay? So you cannot lose when you're building through institution. They might put a tariff on you, according to Trump, right? In other words, they might charge you if it's a 2% or 5% or whatever, because they get the work done for you. But you could rely on that. And that is what should be done.
Yeah. And even that in many instances too, they apply a retainer,
Well,
to make sure.
Let me tell you something. In the real world, when it comes to construction issues, the proper thing to do, you have your consulting engineer, I have my consulting engineer, and there's still a mediating consulting engineer. That is to say, A and B can agree on something, the third party have to come.
Right.
This thing is not something to be taken lightly, and this word of mouth and this handshake agreement, you setting yourself up for punishment.
Getting a rip-off.
And that is as common. And the court, they have no, from what I could see, this lady have no recourse in court that time. No, she just had to eat that.
Before I go, I must touch on the heat that is blazing now.
What heat?
Grenada is bombarded with lies.
With what?
Lies.
Lies, yeah.
And what I can't understand is who become part of that. When I hear things, well, look, I could call she an MNPA because it is only records. I mean, I watch she on Facebook where she I know she and she husband, I don't know she husband, but she and a gentleman stand before the pastor, and the pastor praying for them. I wonder if the pastor was praying out that spirit of life in MNPA. I don't understand. You profess yourself to be a child of God, okay? The Bible said God hates a lying tongue. So how could you be a child of God and you're carrying a lying tongue with you? You live in a country where you see for 23 and a half years, much have not been done. Now, note my words, I'm not saying nothing has been done. But for the 23 and a half years, much have not been done. Again, 3 years, where much have been done. And from Pitty-Matic to Point Saline, you say nothing happening. What happened to your eyes? What happened to your understanding? You lack that when once politics come around. So are you selling your salvation for the sake of politics?
Easy.
No, you're wrong. You have to forsake, as the Bible says, mother, father, brethren, sisters, everything. Okay? For the name of Jesus Christ. So if you want to harness your salvation, one of the things you have to pull away from is lies and from liars. Because if you remain with the liars, they're going to contaminate you with the lies. It will become part of you. And you will die so. And if you say you're preparing for the kingdom, you would not see that kingdom. The first kingdom you're checking on is to be in the parliament as prime minister. No, you don't get that. Forget that. And if that is the thing that uttering from your mouth against your own fellow citizens, then you're not going in the kingdom of God either. I don't know how serious are you looking at that now. I'm sorry for the young lady.
Yep.
She had children. She was the minister of education at one time. And look, let me rest myself on this thing, all right?
But it's unfortunate, but Cambridge, but there are a lot of people in that. I'm sure, we have to understand. No. There's a right way of doing things and a wrong way of doing things. You employ the wrong way, you get hurt all the time. It's unfortunate. I mean, we'd like to see it happen different. And I empathize with the lady, but the fact of the matter is, you do the wrong thing. Take some guidance and hire people who know about something, or talk to somebody who know about something, and make sure you have a clear understanding before you delve into it.
No, but these people, they see before their eyes, all the good that have been done. What they're trying to, how people call it, capsize it.
Yes.
But I think the problem is desperation. That's the word, desperation. Because I think Honorable Emlyn Pierre, what you think that this is the old NDC that could just walk over them as they used to be walking over the NDC, the previous government. This is not a walkover party, this is a party of youth. This is the guys that their brain are computerized. They're not like me or Kim or Solio or Kai. These guys are brilliant guys. And this is a new era. We're living in an era now of young politicians, young leaders. So you can't go back and lie for the people that used to bamboozle them before. Remember, a lot of NDC people didn't used to vote. Over 10,000 NDC people didn't used to vote. That doesn't mean they didn't support NDC. Their problem was they didn't have a leader. And now they have a leader, so they come out and vote. So you can bamboozle people again. And they see what you're doing in 4 years. Look how much you have done. As you say, the past government did. They did say that a lot of concrete structures too, but regardless of what they did. But you cannot fool people again, comrade. It's very difficult. This is a new era, and this is young guys that have vision to bring the country forward.
I hear Dr. Mitchell. I can't remember we really had that meeting. I picked up on social media.
Yeah.
And Dr. Mitchell is trying his best to see how we can make the gun look small. Dr. Mitchell went as far as to call Dr. Mitchell an idiot,
Yeah.
Dr. Mitchell was in office. Yeah. I would not have disrespected Dr. Mitchell. I'd have said people, we don't go wrong good, but he can get political support from me. If I'm making OTAC, I'm making OTAC. That's normal. But when things become serious, I would not be belittling you. And Dr. Mitchell, who was once the longest serving prime minister in Grenada, is now styling Deacon with derogatory. Well, how could you? What are you telling the young people? So you should be in office forever. You want to die there. You're sorry you are not able to lead Grenada into the 50th anniversary of independence. Because you were not found worthy for that. You was not found worthy. You see, look, when I hear the man talk, what is that about? Oh, he went to the White House.
No, but the reason he's saying all these things like that, because of jealousy, because you realize now that, people are gravitating to what our prime minister is doing. And so you want to say, listen, I used to do that too. I've been in the White House. I've been there. Whatever. I meet this person and things like that, But as you just mentioned about the idiot, that irritated me. Listen.
Since 1983. You remember that? That idiot.
but it has to be an idiot. And I have no apologies for saying so. Because if you could make a statement like this.
But you also realize that in that meeting, Dr. Mitchell is addressing idiots. So what do you expect?
That's it. I rest my case.
What you want from him?
I'm not patriots.
Not patriots, idiots. So
oh boy. But somebody mentioned this morning, I don't know, the new name was M-Line. M-Line.
Yeah.
But why,
M-Line.
somebody just sent something to me, but why M-Line was line?
Yes.
Was that the name?
Yeah. Someone else on that platform that normally speaks against the Prime Minister was speaking the truth. Listen.
His speech was full of vision.
And this is to do with what's supposed to be taking place in Venezuela. Eh?
Okay.
In Venezuela, you were supposed to be in Venezuela.
Yes.
But now this is speaking about now what transpired in the UN, which means that's where our Prime Minister was. And he evaluated the speech as well, which is very surprising.
He did the number on education in relation to his speech. It was full of vision. Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister. You got the sense of progress when he spoke. Congratulations, Mr. Prime Minister. Resilience, yeah, you thought you were on top of the world when it came to resilience. When you listen to all that the Prime Minister had to say, and there's absolutely no reason for me to say that his speech did not have vision, it did not speak to progress, and it did not address resilience. Of course it did.
You hear that?
I know what did he.
That's when M-Line was saying that he was not there. He was in Venezuela negotiating or something with
Maduro and Trump.
In
other words, two pitbull fighting is not going to part.
And the colleagues on the other side, on the same side, is commending what transpired in the UN. So somewhere along the line, they're not synchronizing. They're not.
But even the people that the opposition party sent to the UN years ago, there was no match to Deacon. There was no match. The only person that matched up with Deacon is Morris Bishop in the UN in 1979. Deacon was brilliant. Deacon and Motley. They was exceptional in the UN. They did well and very articulated. No repetition, just straight to the point. He talked all about Israel. He spoke about other countries in Africa. It wasn't about Grenada or the Caribbean. He talked about Latin America, Central America. And he concluded back home.
But you know what is interesting, Keith? Kim?
Yeah.
Is that
don't call me kitchen.
My apologies. My apologies. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. You know the APAC. You know APAC is that Israeli lobby.
Yeah.
And you know the state of New York, including New York City. My guy Jackson, his name is Jesse Jackson, lost his. If he had the slightest opportunity of being a candidate for the president of the United States, as long as he referred to New York as Jaime Town, he was out.
That was it.
Yeah. Clean. And in truth, in fact, that is so. But I notice now, boy, that they're losing some footing in New York City. You know, this guy Mandani, I think is his name. I think he's of
Mandani.
Mandani, some Arabic or Middle Eastern.
I don't know specific country, but he's from that side.
Yes. And boy, in years gone by, that guy would not even be able to stand on any podium in New York City and speak. And saying things like and addressing the issue of Gaza and so he'd have been thrown out, and he's doing quite well.
Yeah,
he's doing well.
He didn't come around for his money. So boy, people eyes are opening up, you know. And this Netanyahu is not helping the cause at all.
Yeah.
Because they become money and might dissolve.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's an issue. Vibes FM caller. Colin?
Hey guys, calling on behalf of support of George Prime.
Mm-hmm.
You see, a lot of people don't realize that Mr. George Prime is one of the best lawyers that we have in Carriacou and Piedmont.
Yeah,
well,
so very true.
Extension Grader.
So very true.
Right? A lot of people don't recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes they don't see the person George Prime is. They only judge him from his character. You know, he likes to make jokes and, you know, play with people. But that's his style. But I will tell you from experience, when you see George Prime defending you, he's doing your work.
Yeah.
He's one of the best lawyers we have in the trial state. And people have to recognize that and give Jackie jacket. You know, what happened to George Prime recently? They use George Prime as a laughing stock, and which should never be in the first place. Like your the gentleman just talked a while ago. Lawyers should communicate to each other instead of bury each other. They should make, you know, try to help each other as lawyers, as attorneys, because today for me and tomorrow for you. Now, what happened to George Prime should never happen at all. That should never take place. Getting him arrested and doing all these things, making a mockery of him. And because the guy is a friendly person, is a people person, put it that way, that's how I know him, as a people person. He likes to interact with people anywhere you go. Doesn't matter who you are, or green or yellow, doesn't matter. He likes to interact with people. And when he's defending you, he's defending you. He's doing his work. And he's very good at what he's done. He's doing. As a job, as a professional, and as an attorney, I respect him for that. You know?
Yeah.
And that's my tribute to George.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Somebody just mentioned to me there, you know, that says, you know, remind listeners that, you know, whenever you dig in peat, you must dig two, one for yourself and one for the person, because next thing you end up falling in it. And I could maybe see this applying in the situation now too, because one peat apparently was dug, and who's in it now?
You know something? Remember when we were going to school? When a fella put a piece of stick on his shoulder and he defy you.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who.
Yeah.
Even depends on who shoulder the stick is on. You go and throw it down. But I think this man that was on the offense, well, I don't understand if he wasn't smart enough to understand who he's up against, because you're dealing, like my boy just said, a well-trained lawyer.
Right.
Think about whatever you want to think about him. He's among the best in Grenada.
Yeah.
When it comes to litigating, so you must
Careful.
you're backing up the wrong tree.
Leave the stick alone.
Yes, that monkey ain't what tree to climb, boy. Think he's a mumble tree, boy, is a pick a tree.
Yeah.
And did I hear him say also that actually when he was served, he was in the middle of a
trial.
Yes. So
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know, boy. Well, when you see on what you're doing, sometimes you get 7 out of 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk about hot water and things like that. So I mean, I constantly think about the frog in water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the unipot, the water is there, and you don't feel it, but it's getting hotter and hotter until you just can't get out.
So very sad. So very, very sad what's happening, boy. But you know, I am.
Someone just making a comment. Someone making a comment here right now about the speech again back in the UN, and they said this was focused on education, and the Prime Minister should be commended on that, because you realize that he's been speaking a lot about education, even right in our country here.
Well,
he's gendered that's the foundation.
Yes, himself as an example. He said it. He said it. His access, you know, and he gained access by being educated.
Yeah.
So otherwise,
that's
not
where
because
the opportunity comes.
He didn't draw wealth from any parents or anything. I didn't come from high grounds.
It was just a regular person. You know? Let me try to take another call there first before we make any comments because there's another one coming up there. Vibes FM caller, come in. Caller, you're on.
Afternoon.
Yes.
Afternoon, Kim.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, you played a tape earlier in the beginning of the program. I think it's from Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
With the shrimp farm thing.
Mm-hmm.
My take on that, I think that government should be more aggressive in recovering this money that's been missing for so long. There should be no statute of limitation towards that. People that are involved in it, I feel that the property should, the bank account should be seized wherever they can find it and let them put back the money into the treasury, taxpayers' money. So much nonsense being going on in Greater. These are the same people that want to come back. These are the same people who call in Dick and them little boys. However, one conman hasn't come into Grenada and caught these young guys, these young people, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
No, brilliant young people. Not one conman that can point to saying that they take Grenadian money and go. But we've been missing how much? 400 and something million?
Yeah, a lot of millions, plenty millions. Plenty.
Yeah? I call these people them paper termites on them. They want to come back.
Yeah, but caller, as somebody mentioned to me a while ago, I didn't get to get a message out there, but they're saying, they are wondering sometimes when these con men come in, into your country to make this kind of deals, what the deal is. Sometimes the deal is a good deal, maybe not to benefit the country, but you never know. You never know.
Well, that's
yeah, but if it's going to resolve,
once you go see that mistake.
Yeah, but if you see,
people say once is a mistake, but this is the trend. It was a trend.
You see, in the world of crooks and criminals, you have a network, and they talk to each other. You want a deal? Go by this fella. You could get through. Go by this fella.
Yeah,
so that's why you see my boy get so popular, getting deal after deal.
Check him out.
Check him out. I know where to go. I know where you have that.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Growing up as boys.
Yes.
Yeah, we in school to say what you want to make a lime.
Yeah, go there.
Go there. Go there.
No. Not wonder why
Hey.
Not wonder our Prime Minister making so much a great. He's playing so much a great emphasis on education because in Grenada, I realize that there is an education deficit.
Yeah.
So the PM is trying his best to leave Grenadian out of this problem. Education is out of property,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're right about that, call. Okay. All right then. Thank you so much. Okay. We still have a little time. 403-0101. 403-0101. 443-0101. And 458-1914. 458-1914. Somebody just messaged me and made a comment, about the Prime Minister's speech in the UN. And I say, you notice, that whenever he speaks, most of the times on these platforms, Cuba is always mentioned.
Oh,
he
yeah.
always speak about
He never pull away from that because and that is one of the things that's bothering me. What places like the European countries, well, for example, England, Germany, France, and so on and so forth. Don't you think that you should hear a voice, somebody from within that circle saying, well, do the right thing for Christ's sake? Huh? You have, China, for Christ, it is the bastion, the mother of, and even Russia of communism. And you have them as most, prefer them thing. And then you putting all this pressure on Cuba. Because Cuba is small, monkey know what to climb.
You read the agreement that they had with Cuba. I guess it's in response to deal with this concern that the US is having. They have rearranged the contractual agreements that they have with Cuban workers. So at least that should ease some of the concerns. because remember America was saying that that people around the world have Cuban workers working at a low standard and whatever.
Yeah. Marco Rubio.
Yes, Mark. Yeah. So they have rearranged and reorganized, so they're operating now under a new contractual arrangement agreement. So I guess let's wait and see who's going to come up with some objection.
Marco Rubio want to polish his stance as saying that, in other words, when people are saying to United States of America that you, with all your your capabilities and all the things you have, you don't assist, say for example in the Caribbean, the smaller countries in the Caribbean as much as Cuba does. So what you can he's trying to say now, well, the Cuban government is exploiting the Cuban professionals.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Then boy, this fella said, this wall is not my own. I can't dream, it's just passing through.
Take it easy, sorry. Take it easy. No. But it's very upsetting when you listen to the stories.
You know this guy, his name I got Ari. No. Very brilliant fellow. He was talking yesterday to an audience, and he said, just imagine that they're saying that Israel is now allowing journalists to go into Gaza to cover it. My man is saying that 270
of them
journalists were killed. More than that who was killed in the First, Second Korean War and the Vietnam War combined. And how you could stand there, as the girl say, as Bob Marley, saying that you care. And look at what's happening, and that's why you see me and the Vatican in breaking bread night, you know.
Are you breaking bread on it?
No, because they should be more vocal on those things, man.
Yeah. They've been very silent.
Yeah. Things like that. Well, you people of God, who you fooling? Because they say that they don't get the collection.
Well, just before it goes out of my head, I was just there thinking about the same thing with education. And Prime Minister Dick Mitchell. Now, if you can recall, one of the phrases that really got a lot of attention was that education is the antidote to ignorance.
Yes, okay, right.
Yeah, education.
Yeah.
I mean, he's clear. He's clear. He has no question in his head about the value and importance of education. I mean, yeah. I mean, even again, he's not just talking, but he's acting. He has increased the age limit, the age for in school to 18. You can't say, well, you're 16 years now, old, and it's time for you to go. You just stay and finish the school.
Yeah.
Well, education being a way out of poverty is not a belief, It's a fact.
It's a fact.
So, I mean, it's very, 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 very obvious. And people who are educated, and my man is drawing from his own experience as an example.
Yeah.
He talking about, when I was growing up too, is in other words, is education that now has me in the General Assembly and having not resorting to going and taking water from a standpipe.
Yeah,
but so that wouldn't sit well with Dr. Mitchell, because if you're uneducated, you depend on me, poor and vulnerable.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
What does Sparrow say?
Yeah.
Sparrow, what does Sparrow say? What education?
Oh, yes.
The foundation?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
It's a foundation. It is, And speaking about education then now too, you realize that the Prime Minister still believes that education is the way out of poverty. That's why they made the free tuition in TAM-CC and New Law, because people, in order to excel, in order to go forward, you need some assistance. And if they could assist you in that way, it makes a big difference.
At least there is no excuse.
Because I heard one person making some comments, on about the free tuition in TAM-CC and how they benefited.
Because let me just there's so much on the table for payment to be able to receive skills training. The tuition fee is just one.
Yes.
There is a certification for CVQ, the Caribbean Vocational Qualification, and there is a certificate. There is the tools and equipment. JT, let me tell you something. Until I came to Nulo, because I came from a secondary school background,
Yes.
I knew nothing about skills training. Nulo was my first rodeo. And or is, because I'm still in it for 15 years now. And until I came to Nulo, I never knew how expensive skills training is. I thought college was expensive, but no. And also because of the way Nulo does it, where we give a lot of hands-on training. This hands-on training, the competency-based training, requires a lot of supplies, perishable, non-perishables, tools, equipment. Recently, you saw the donation of tools and equipment done. That is how you keep skills training going, and that is what makes it so expensive.
But just imagine that you're talking about, the benefits out of Nulo, and now when you have free tuition, you take away a lot of the expenses out of education, giving you the opportunity to develop your skills and to reach where you want to go because you have that.
The opportunity there.
Yeah, it's there.
And then, really and truly, there's no reasons can be advanced that why our children and our people cannot be educated or shouldn't pursue education, because all the opportunities are there. You have to walk to go to school. And so, Leo, and you used to walk to go to school?
I walk or run.
Well, run when you're running late.
Yes, and walk when
you still get some time. Yeah.
These days, you don't have you don't have the inconvenience of having to walk. Well, one might say walking is not an inconvenience, but the point is transportation is available. In fact, there are some homes, some parents that have their own vehicles. So the point is that there's no reason, there's no excuse to say, well, I can't go to school today, but I'm interested in education.
You couldn't afford to miss a class in most times. Listen,
but you didn't want to.
Olan, I remember when I was doing my GC exams, I never forget that. We had this bus. We used to travel with the bus. The bus would pass around and come all the way to Mount Pleasant, Grand Bay, and go right around. Okay, listen. The morning I was going to do my exam, my English exam, never forget, I missed the bus. I didn't miss the bus to my fault. It was not my doing, but I missed the bus. But I couldn't afford to miss the exam.
You had to run?
I run. Listen, I passed through Quarry, up to Bele, downtown. But listen, Mr. Joke, when I reached school didn't open yet, that's Bishop's College, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bus come and meet me, stand up in the bus stop. Everybody ask, oh, you get here.
Why you busy?
But that was our way of getting there to our destination and getting what you
the importance of what you have to do.
Yes, it was so important. You joking? You couldn't afford to be running.
Listen, man.
Book in hand.
One day I was so upset I started to perspire. And you know what? At the corner of Main Street and Brunswick Street.
Yeah.
Some little boys, they line in there. I on my way to Leicester. Putting up there and Brunswick.
And then the junction?
Yes, and Brunswick, they go down the right.
See? Sorry.
Vibes FM. I can't believe
it. Making jokes.
Right there?
Brunswick going.
But isn't in the roundabout in Brunswick?
Huh?
Is the roundabout?
Yes, I about this grass.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, in Brunswick they going. I think if it's by 10 finish up, he going.
But
yeah, on his flat road, that hill.
You want to
But opportunities for education is really at an all-time high. He came and they instituted this whole thing about first generation scholarships. So the intention is to have at least one person from each home. Everybody cannot go at the same time. Yes, you could have more, but at least he wants to ensure that we have at least one graduate, one university graduate from each home. I mean, just picture that in our time. I'm going to say our time. I mean, way back when. giving us the opportunity, at least at that stage, to have a university education. But education is just on a high. I mean, and I think I want to really appeal to children. Make use of the opportunity that you have now. You can't tell what can happen in the future.
But
education is key and power.
Boy, it's difficult for children nowadays. I tell you why. You have to be outside in the sun to appreciate a condition.
Mm.
And you have to be with a coat in winter to appreciate warmth.
Yeah.
These children nowadays never had it rough. So take everything for granted. There's no sense of how difficult some things could be. See, it's very when you tell a child, back in our time, we know it's not going to happen. No. I mean, when I leave planting off with a bundle of wood and me cut a sheaf and the wood juke in my head, and I can't do nothing until somebody help me down and stretch my neck. How are you going to explain that to a child?
So, Leo, I didn't know you go through that too. What? You leave Candice, coming to Mount Pleasant with the wood on your head, and you listen, you say juke in your head.
Yes.
You can't afford to drop it,
No.
Because you can't put it back off.
No, and it's what I tell you is when things improve with us.
Yes.
When let's say Scuba we and point and from all over, you have to go, what's matter with you? Yeah, man. Yeah.
Let me take a call. Caller? Caller?
Hi.
Yes, go ahead. Caller, I'm hearing you kind of a lot of noise around you. Maybe you out, on speaker, or maybe the air, or okay. Okay, great. Yes, nice.
He speak up visiting the White House. Now, he said that because Deacon been meeting with war officials, and we know the anger that Kit feels as a result of it. He can't bear to hear them in the news. So he pushed in front. He visited the White House. Now, I quoted my bishop during the revolution. The leaders from the Caribbean don't visit the White House. You have any business to do with the government of the United States, you go to the State Department. The responsible for hemispheric affairs. Now, Dr. Mitchell is the first Caribbean leader I hear say that he went to the White House. If anybody could correct me on that, I'll be very, very happy. But what I know from 1979, leaders from the Caribbean go to the State Department to meet with American officials. And there is where my bishop said, the contingent they send to Washington is in the State Department, and they told them there is somebody there to visit them and to see them already. And that was who? Dr. Mitchell. They were Morris there.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Mitchell was the only one I understand had a one-man demonstration in front of the United Nations against revolution. Now, I wasn't there, but I talk about circulating in Grenada years now. Okay? Now, concerning the Imani, when I listen what happened in Nyolo, it would have been better for these people in the Imani was sent to Nyolo.
Yeah.
They have learned skills. Then they were in an election pen.
Right.
For 18 years. And come out with what? And Faithling going to say, oh, this one come out of what? But you don't have 100 skilled person. And in Grenada, we shut off skilled workers. You waste all the years with these people. Better they send them in Nyolo. We don't have plumbers, electricians, carpenters, mason, mechanic, you name it. All that in Nyolo have, we don't have students graduating with these things. We would not have this kind of, where we're missing, we got to import workers just now, especially skilled workers.
Yeah.
So really and truly, the Imani was a waste of time. That's why some of them turned grandparents inside there, They turn grandparents in the Imani. We ain't going to fiddle talking about that. But she doing as the Imani was the best thing for the young people in Grenada. Hell no. Have a good evening.
Okay, caller. Yeah, thank you so much there. But as this caller just mentioned there about the Imanis, and my experience with them, in that you had situations where these Imanis were working in institutions or wherever the facilities that they didn't care about. In other words, I remember them saying, they send me to work, in a restaurant. I want to be a seamstress, but it put me inside of what sort of a benefit is going to benefit that Imani trainee? You can't, because they're not in a situation where they want to pursue the skills of preference. And this is one of the big problems, I had people come to me, Imanis come to me in the supermarket. And when I speak to them about what they would like to do in life, it was completely opposite to where they were sent. And that didn't make any sense at all. This Imanis that they were put in there, you put them in geriatric and they want to be some different,
Yeah, I mean, nothing but you had Imani in rum shop too,
Yes. No, you're right. Yeah. Yes, in rum shop.
Hold on. I mean, I know we don't make a record.
No, that's serious business.
But just consider what you say.
Yes.
You don't say a shop, You say a village shop,
What?
I'm not saying a rum shop.
Yes.
That's what the part I'm talking about.
Well, if you have a cast rum in your shop and Tutina can be on the shelf, why selling? What shop you be?
And people going.
Yes, so you have a whole cast of rum and Tutina side and Tutina can be. What kind of shop you have?
You call a supermarket?
You have a supermarket, a rum shop?
Live FM caller?
Foolishness.
Caller?
That has been product.
Caller, you on now? Caller? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, how you guys doing?
All right, okay.
Good, man. Good, thank you.
Great program as usual. And I want to commend you guys today. I really want to stop and commend you guys for the job you're doing. And I'm sure that three of you, wonderful gentlemen, and all the other folks that come in are volunteering yourselves. I don't think you guys are getting paid. And I know, Kim, you own this stuff. Again, that's a great contribution you're making towards our Grenadian society. And we really want to commend you for the job that you're doing, and we are happy to have conversations like the one you have.
Thank you.
I started listening this morning when this young lady called in about her house. And I mean, I could see how you guys were just patient and also being empathetic to a situation. I mean, that's great. Some radio station may want to cut her off and stuff, but I think you guys have to be commended for the wonderful job you're doing. And I think Grenadians need to give you guys some flowers before you all kind of walk out from the scene. On another note, I want to say, Grenadians, I want us to observe, because leaders know when to walk out or when to stop serving. And a lot of times either they have to stop serving, walk out, or improve on whatever they're doing. So people in leadership position who do not know when it's time to stop. These people, I consider them to be power-hungry people. I consider them to be functioning with the egos. That's what run the thing. It is just about themselves.
Right.
Not about the real cause of society, not about the real cause of building and inspiring people, because that happens somehow. When you look at leaders that don't know when to get off the stage, as they say, a good dancer knows when to leave, you would tell yourself, well, they're just there to do what they want to do. And they will neglect many things that are necessary to get done. Imagine Kit Mitchell been in power for, well, they say 40 years, but he has been elected on more than one occasion, and sometimes in successive terms.
Yeah.
I think maybe twice he came in successive terms. And people would vote this person out. Like if you did that and then you get voted out, that tells a story. That tells something. That tells, well, I am not doing something right. When Kit Mitchell and then do jobs, when NNP does jobs in Grenada, there's always something coming out of it. Or does any what do you call that? Anything that is proposed to government, whether it's construction or somebody coming in to do to create facilities or opportunities for Grenada. As we say, there are so many scandals that come out of this. When they do jobs, for example, they did the stadium, and there were so much issues about it. So in other words, when they do something, there's always, if there's no scandal, there is something that wasn't really done and has to be investigated and has to be talked about. I'm not seeing my brother and Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell ask unsigned question about stuff. I'm not seeing having to stand up and defend things right now. I think he's focused on what he's doing. So obviously there is something that is not right with the leadership of the opposition or the opposition party that was not done in the time that they were in power. Another thing I want to talk about, I want to also commend, and I want to call him brother because I want him to be family. We all should call Brother Deacon Mitchell our brother, because he come in as one that is here not just to do his own thing, because again he was fortified in his job doing his stuff, but he come here to serve Grenada. And I think Grenadians have to recognize that, you know, people don't just make sacrifices like that. It has to be meaningful. And so far, since this government come in power, I realized that there are lots of benefits that they brought to the people of Grenada. There hasn't been anything that they take them away. They added to Grenada. I haven't, you know, there's no time I've seen where Grenada got so many benefits, and it's profound. It's stuff that they need. It's stuff that they've been waiting on for all these long years. And so you're getting it now from someone that leave their own personal thing where they were doing fine and position themselves to say, okay, enough is enough. And then you're seeing the tangible benefits and all other benefits that come from this government. I think this government needs to be commended. And also people have to recognize, Grenadians have to realize that they made a very good choice at the last election. They must realize that. And they also have to see the results that they're getting. Everyone in Grenada must support this government. I mean, forget about those folks that are in NNP and they're just loyal to NNP. They probably should be given a little piece of island somewhere in Grenada so they could go stay there and mess up themselves as they used to. We have to realize that when progress is being made and you can see it, you have to be able to go on the same trajectory. You're not focusing on just what you knew or who you wanted to support based on loyalty. No, we are moving forward. So when we see all the benefits, and we're talking about education, and I'm glad that the person that spoke just now really made some good commendation about our Prime Minister at the UN. This is stuff we have to support. Someone before said there should be a rally. I think pretty soon we should call a little rally to support the government. In fact, citizens should just go out and say, we want a rally to show that we support what this government is doing, show that we support the team, show that we support our Prime Minister, and we're very grateful for what he's doing right now. Last point I want to make.
Yeah.
Political decision making. You know, when a country has citizens that are not well-funded in making political decisions, that country could be doomed. Viewing everything that could be happening. So just the idea that people would have served for so long, whatever would have caused that to happen should never happen. If people are politically knowledgeable, knowing how to make choices, political choices, then your country could be in a better place. I think Barbados have a kind of system like that where they're probably well-funded. If you go in there and you mess up, you're not going back in there.
Mm-hmm.
But Grenada needs to become like that. And I would like to advocate for political education, not on the level of political education, like talking about systems and all this kind of crap. Let's talk about educating our people and how to make choices politically so you could keep your country solid and moving forward. Let's talk about that. We should do that in schools. Teach them how to make choices and not about loyalty, because everybody wants to be happy. Everybody wants to see country move forward. Everybody wants to see their kids do well. Everybody wants to make sure there is no much threat with kids in the society, like I've been hearing in Grenada. So we have to stand up behind the government because we haven't seen something like that in the past. again, we talk about the revolution had laid some grounds, because I think the revolution might have been heading in the same direction. Matters what people say, but I believe now in this modern time, with all modern facilities and all that we could see and hear, and knowing how things were in the past, and now we seem to be seeing some light. Everybody's seeing the light. I'm seeing it. I'm not in Grenada. I'm out here, but I'm seeing it. Grenadians are down there on the ground feeling it. And I want Grenadians to also understand that if this present government had made a nice running system and everything in place, you wouldn't have to be crying out. You definitely wouldn't have to be crying out, because things would have been already in place. It's because things wasn't done. And don't expect it to happen in a second. Everybody needs to contribute towards this process. And so Grenadians have to realize that we are doing better now. The diaspora is looking in, we've seen what's happening, everybody loving it. And let's stand behind the government, support them. But one thing I want you all to do, have a little rally soon for me, so after that, stay up here and observe a nice celebration.
Thank you.
Okay, celebrate
Thank
the
you.
government, celebrate the Prime Minister, celebrate Grenada, celebrate Tariku and Kitimatic and the movements that they're making, even if it is a little bit slow, but we understand what's going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
As this caller just mentioned rally, yeah? You know, this I've been hearing this rally talk for
a little while.
A little while now. You know?
And from all areas of the country, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we time for a rally.
Yeah, we want to rally. Man.
We just want to show Diablo where he stand.
All they want to send Diablo in the grave.
In the grave?
Yeah, well, because you've been hearing things, you know.
I mean,
but you give up one and say watch TV every meeting you do. Go watch TV. But by the way, you think Diablo running again?
He might walk this time.
Diablo?
But seriously,
no, watch, let me tell you something. I
yes,
believe,
he will.
I believe right now
he will.
he's playing it by ear.
Mm-hmm.
If he is not yet convinced that he is finished,
mm-hmm.
but the minute he realizes that he's finished,
you want to escape route?
Yeah, he's going to take an escape route.
I guess he's trying to see what the movement doing.
Yeah, he want to see what's going down. He want to see what's going down. Because he still think, you see, in his mind, he still think he has a chance. You know, like say the doctor say dead, close your eyes now.
Yes.
But he ain't closing the eyes.
It's about time we get a candidate, you know, we must have a rally in Bosaju again to introduce this candidate.
We have one already.
Huh?
We have one. Well, he should have one.
No, I said we should have introduced a candidate for the Northwest.
Before.
Well, Lacroix is not there, you know, remember that.
No, but there is
somebody. But based on what
who is supposed to say?
Based on well, we hear some talk, so we don't.
A young fella, not a young fella.
I heard some names
Dr.
called.
Dr. Dottin.
Yeah, I heard his name called, but but that's just one. But hold on, the thing about it is that I heard our PR for the party, you know, was saying that pretty soon. They'll be announcing or installing caretakers or whatever, you know. So I guess that's in the making right now. But we want to rally.
But, you know, if I'd want a candidate in Northwest and win, lose or draw, they should have a meeting nearly every week. Have a meeting every week. You
want to put pressure on the man?
Yes. Have a meeting every week in anything there and rally again and carry on and do something in Northwest. Let it take bed.
Because there was a meeting last night. I forgot the information now, you know. But I saw a little clip. I was looking for the crowd, but I didn't see the crowd. But I saw him dancing. You know. You say young. He
can't sit down.
He can't sit down. He can't sit.
I want him to run.
Yeah.
I know our time is just gone, but I just wanted to, before I forgot, I wanted to. So Lee, I want to invite you to Mount Pleasant on Saturday.
What's happening there?
Yes, barbecue and social evening. No, there is a committee that was formed recently to start planning for
Maroon.
Mount Pleasant Maroon?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll support that. Mount Pleasant is good.
Yes, and so this Saturday we having a second
is Cohen a part of it?
Fundraiser. Huh?
Is Cohen a part of it?
Yes.
Yeah, I must support.
Yeah. So and although I address Sir Leo, but I also want to address all the listeners, wherever you are, Top Hill, Mount, Royal Bailey, wherever you are in Carriacou and you can make it up to Mount Pleasant, but in front of by the school, there will be the barbecue and social. And come on and enjoy yourself and support what the cause, huh?
It's the vibes family.
Huh?
Once the vibes family, that covers everybody. You know?
Yes, so
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's nice. But it's just about time for us to wrap it up, guys. We a
Yeah,
little
we
bit of
got-
overtime.
we got
I
right.
don't pay overtime.
Yeah, no, that was, but actually, and I was supposed to skid off to the tough, but boy, again, circumstances beyond control, man. Good Caesar voice passed,
Caesar,
and the funeral is going on pretty much now.
Yeah, okay, well, you know
You're planning to go there?
I don't, because it could be late, man.
Okay.
It could be late on time.
But it's always informative, entertaining. Our programs, and our listeners, appreciate what they're hearing, what has been done.
Well, as I would always say, it's too late to stop now. Right?
Yeah.
Can't teach no old dog new trick, and that includes me. So going forward, man.
Okay.
Forward, because no. I feel so insulted to see that Dr. Mitchell will come with the same old strategy, this blagadocious foolishness, and expect people in 2025. I mean, with cell phone, and where you going to typewriter?
Oscillate.
Do better than that.
Hold on. Someone sent me a photo before we go. Someone sent me a photo of once when he appeared in the UN, with the exercise book.
Okay, well, I tell you.
With paper in your hand.
Yes, come on. A tablet, where you going to that now?
And then when he addressing them, you reading. You see our Prime Minister?
Yes.
You see?
Why use that teleprompter?
Teleprompter, yeah. We moved to that level now. The thing different now.
Yeah, we call it. They don't think it was rolling. What do you call them again? To get put telephone numbers.
Oh, you mean
on your desk? You know what I'm talking about?
I'm trying to remember the name.
Oh boy.
No. Anyway, we will get it in a minute.
Go on your phone.
Yes, sir.
You have status, you have chats, you have this and that. Oh boy, it's roll or something like that.
Sky.
No, I can't recall what is he talking about. Oh.
Did you for your business cards on it and you roll it to see your number?
Yes.
I know it. I know it. I used to use it 2 years ago. Just flipping them.
Chic, yes. Yeah, no.
When I was studying for exams, we had one of those too because we put some little markers and stuff
Yes.
Index.
Index card, whatever index card, but it's roller, something is called roller.
All right. Well, I think today was exceptional. I think what made it exceptional was the fact that George Prime was here and engaged him, and he engaged us in trying to understand, because there are things I did not understand, and I think the conversation that he had here was useful, and I think at the end of it we are all in solidarity, and we know exactly what to do, when to do it, and keep ourselves going forward.
But not even Mr. Prime there, but the caller in the beginning, would to give us a story of what transpired with her and a contractor, is something that everybody should be listening to.
Yes, and be aware of.
And be aware of it.
And Kim, not getting back in, but this what I got from Mr. Prime's submission today is that none of us is without fault. I have my own fault.
We all do.
But that doesn't say I shouldn't be able to speak up for something when it's wrong.
Yeah, right.
And even though it's happening to me, that foolishness mustn't go on. And I commend him for that. Yeah? So, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of credibility is building from what happened here today.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Just about wrap it up here.
Yes.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And that to just about wrap up our program for today right here on Vibes FM, Speak Out Unfiltered. We thank you so much for participating in the program. Those of you who participated, who called, who listened, whatever way it was, it's always A pleasure being with you every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right on Vibes FM. And we do a rebroadcast of these programs in the evening time in case you missed it, or you could always go on Facebook or YouTube and at your convenience, your own timing, and you could get a rebroadcast here, played back. Until then, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure.